Like everyone.
Public notice of this meeting pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act has been given by the Board Secretary on May 18th, 2022 in the following manner. Posted notice on the school bulletin board at the Administration Building, transmitted to the Courier Post, Philadelphia Inquirer, and Clerk of Cherry Hill Township. Today, we, men in our community are finding out about a really terrible thing that happened in Texas. After we're done with our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask for a moment of silence for the shooting at the Texas elementary school. If you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And if you'll remain standing for just a moment of silence. Thank you. Mrs. Satansky, would you please call roll?
Mrs. Aurora,
Here.
Mrs. Stratton,
Here.
Mrs. Fleischer. Here. Mrs. Friedel,
Here.
Mr. Mayor,
Here.
Dr. Rude,
Here.
Ms. Stern,
Here.
Mrs. Tong,
Here.
Mr. Avadia.
Here. Okay, thank you. That will move us to board recognitions, and I will turn it over to Dr. Malash.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia. I'm very excited as we're here towards the end of May that we are going to be recognizing some of our winter athletes for some incredible performances during the course of the winter. So tonight we're going to be honoring some of our girls wrestlers from both High School East and High School West, boys basketball team from High School East, girls swim team from High School East and High School West, and the boys swim team from High School East. And we'll also be recognizing Miss Liz Begley, who is the girls swim coach at High School West. So we're going to start with the wrestlers. Mrs. Wilson, do we have any of our wrestling coaches that were able to join us? Oh, Mr. Brown, Mr. Seymour, if you would meet me up at the microphone.
This is Steve Escola, our girls wrestling coach at Cherry Hill East.
Thank you. As Mr. Brow mentioned, I'm the girls wrestling coach at Cherry Hill East. I'm really proud to have Maya Hemo honored after her state championship from this past season. Can we talk about it?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So it was a really fun season. It was really about getting her to believe in herself, which was quite a journey. She took 5th place last year after, I tell this story all the time. So she's probably sick of hearing it, but I had her write down her goals, and she just wanted to make it to the state tournament by her senior year, when I thought that she would be winning it sometime soon. So I really kind of put that idea into her head and kept it going. And she really took it and worked so hard. I mean, I think it was either today or yesterday. She even took her mom to one of her morning lifts. She goes, wakes up at 4 a.m. before school. She was doing that even in the season. So she has an incredible work ethic. And that's why she is standing here today being honored. So I'm very proud of her.
And next we have Zach Seymour, the head wrestling coach at Cherry Hill West.
Good evening. I'd like to first recognize Alani Uberry. If she can come up here. Alani is a freshman at Cherry Hill West. She's a 3-sport athlete. She came out for wrestling this year and has one of the best work ethics. As a freshman, she placed 5th in the state, and I think the sky's the limit for her. So I'd like to recognize Alani Uberry. In addition, we have another freshman. So we have another 3 good years with these individuals up here. And it's such a pleasure to coach. I know wrestling, the mat, the physical space in which they wrestle is a circle, but as a coach, I get to be in the corner. And there's nothing better than having front row seats for these 2 young women. Ari Tyson this year, as a freshman, she placed 3rd in the state. And although she's unassuming, she's very, very tough. So to go with her great smile, she's a great wrestler and even a better person. So Ari Tyson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seymour. And next, if we could have Mr. Allen, head coach of the boys basketball team at High School East, join Mr. Brow up at the microphone. And students, coaches, after we finish introducing everybody, if you'd wait out in the hallway, Mrs. Wilson wants to take some pictures of you. You are welcome to come back and join us for the rest of the meeting. But if you don't, if you have homework or stuff, you can do that too.
I want to thank Dr. Malash, Board of Education, entire administration for recognizing our team this year. This is truly a special basketball team. I'll just tell you something real quick. Our three seniors who were sophomores, Drew Green, Jake Green, and EJ, took the team to the Group 4 final. And then we had COVID last year. And my classroom's right outside A wing. And one day, EJ came and wrote each team we were going to play over the course of the season on the board. And I walked in after one of my classes into the classroom, and beside every single team, it was a W. Every one. He had us going 26-0. And I thought that was absolutely absurd when I saw it and told him. And if you followed our team, we went 25-1. The only game we lost was by 5 points to Lenape, who was ranked like 2nd in the state at the time. Then we went on to go 28-1 and go to the Group 4 final, 28-2 and go to the Group 4 final. And the only two games we lost was to Lenape, which is a top 10 team all year. If you look at this team, we tell people all the time, there's nothing exceptional here. There's nothing really special. There's nothing really magical. We call it the magic's in the work. These are some of the hardest workers I've ever been around. You have Jake Green, who led the entire state in 3-pointers. You had EJ, who led the team in scoring this year. You had Drew Green, just unbelievable, 5'8", and one of the 3 best players, I think, in South Jersey, up for Player of the Year. And you have our two of our captains, special seniors, our 6th and 7th man, Alex Levine and Stephen Brown. These guys are just so special and so great to work with. And the last thing, there's nobody who's epitomized perpetual optimism being a force multiplier in these guys. Belief in yourself, belief in your purpose, and belief in success. And when you can do that with confidence and passion, it becomes a force multiplier because you can raise the level and make all the other players believe in your optimistic beliefs. And I just think these guys did it better than anything. So congratulations. Thank you. All right, I'm going to read all the names. Senior Jake Atlas, Stephen Brown, Brian Cotter, Josh Davis, Carter Gill, Jake Green, Drew Green, Ian Gross, Ethan Haddock, Jalen Holmes, Jacob Jones, Alex Levine, Brian Morty, Deion Sanders, EJ Matthew Spratley, Sean Weldy, Adam Bornstein, Alana Elon, Mason Khan, and Sean Murphy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Cuccinati, if you would come up so we can recognize the Cherry Hill High School East boys swim team.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Malash, and thank you, Board of Ed, for recognizing us tonight. And we also want to thank Mr. Burrell and Dr. Perry for their dedication and support to all our efforts. I'd like to introduce the captains of the state champion swim team, Anthony Ferraro, Nick Short, and Anthony Ferraro, Nick Short, and Nick Pizzella. We're proud to represent Cherry Hill East and Cherry Hill Township while doing something we love and that we're passionate about. These three boys represent a group of 50 young men who proved that hard work, focus, and patience can pay off handsomely. They demonstrated that when all efforts pulled together, a team can reach the highest level of success and achievement. And in the end, we went 13-0, won the South Jersey sectional title and the New Jersey state title as well, while rewriting the record board. So that is your 2021 and 22 Cherry Hill East boys swim team. I'd like to read off their names. Dennis Optawan, Kevin Borelli, Spencer Campbell, Jackson Davis, Aiden Dole, Anthony Ferraro, James Kwok, Nick Pizzella, Cooper Pike, Dove Schwartz, Nick Short, Gary Yu, Christian Aiken, Ryan Cortez, Ellis Griffin, DJ Farling, Ray Jing, Jack Kramer, Andrew Lafferty, Sean Lee, Peter Longo, David Rounds, Robbie Sims, Cole Stackhouse, James Tao, Cody Zinn, Gabe Barrett, Jack Beam, Justin Jasko, Michael Kolchev, Andrew Langmuir, Braden Littman, Michael McNiff, JD Moyer, Evan Orell, John Phipps, Jared Santiago, Tom Scafidi, Luke Satani, Noah Yang, Jacob Yehuda, Rowan Amaro, Naveen Boji, Gabe Grodons, Sean Haiti, Liam Inman, Josh Kim, Adam Leibowitz, Christian Leone, Jason Ritchie, and our managers, Aaron Cortez and Sarah Scott. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Mr. Cuccinati. And now to introduce the Cherry Hill High School East girls swim team, Ms. Sue Nicolazzo. Ms. Nicolazzo, if you come up to the microphone with the girls.
Good evening, everybody. Susan Nicolazzo Dollarton, kind of co-captain, I guess, or co-coach, assistant to our head coach, Anita Bowser, who couldn't be present tonight. So I wanted to take the opportunity to honor our girls as well. We had a phenomenal season. We won 11-2 for our season. We went for the 5th straight year in a row to sectionals, South Jersey sectionals, and we beat Egg Harbor Township, and we rocked it. We made it all the way to states to Westfield, but they snuck us out. I think it was a 6-point spread. But we have a lot of strong leadership again for next year, and we cannot wait to get back in that pool and show the state what we have to continue and maybe go after that state title again. So with me, I'd like to introduce, we have the current captains, Laurel Decker and Angela Murch. And then we have our incoming captains, Alicia Albuquerque and Megan Finnegan.
Okay.
She's gonna do the roster for me.
So the team this year is Alicia Albuquerque, Emma Beam, Elizabeth Cohen, Sarah Cohen, Lily Conlon, Laurel Decker, Emma Dimter, Natalie Driscoll, Caitlin Fahey, Kira Federline, Emily Ficetti, Megan Finnegan, Claudia Fulton, Hope Haney, Alexa Jordan, Erica Kerner, Elizabeth Ludman, Sarah Tang, Esther Tian, Megan Treglia, Samantha Yerkes, and Sharon Yu.
Thank you, Ms. Nicolazzo Dollarton. Thank you, girls. And now if Miss Begley, Miss Liz Begley could come up to the microphone so we can do an introduction of the Cherry Hill High School West girls swim team to talk about their season.
Hello, everybody, and thank you again for taking the time to recognize our athletes at West. Our Lady Lions had a season to remember. They made history this season. West moved up to the top tier division and competed against some of the most elite swim teams in the state, including our very own Cherry Hill East. We went into the postseason 0-5 in our division, and we're the 6th seed. We had our first playoff meet against Toms River South, where the Lady Lions claimed their first playoff win in 5 years. Our next meet was against Morristown, who had beat us by over 30 points during the regular season, and they had been state champs since 2018, and we're not expecting the outcome that occurred. The Lady Lions then continued their playoff run against Clearview, which was yet another close and exciting meet, and it actually came down to a tie, 85-85, and we won the tie-breaking rules to win the meet. In the end, we did fall to Mainland in the South Jersey Group E finals, but this was the first time that West had made it that far in over a decade. This team has so much to be proud of, so I really do appreciate you taking the time today to recognize them. I want to give a quick shout out to Annie Ziegler, who is here with me today. She's going to help me read the names. She is one of our captains. Thank you.
We have Becca Armstrong, Rhea B., Bridget Bryce, Emma Devine, Ava Ergood, Maggie Foley, Julia Green, Amelia Kegel, Sophia Kegel, Mackenzie Kornbluth, Cameron Kraus, Adriana Lai, Ellie Lang, Delaney Locke, Emily Locke, Lauren Lohman, Hazel Limper, Raina Limper, Alex A., Kennedy Plefka, Leanne Poplador, Natalie Rappaport, Kylie Schimpf, Mackenzie Schneider, Jillian Shapiro, Tatum Woods, and Annie Ziegler, and Kara Malin as our manager.
So for all of those reasons listed, one of the things that she probably won't tell you is that, so she just graduated with her master's in computer science from the University of Penn. And with all of that knowledge, she actually wrote a computer program to figure out the point scores and how to set the meet sheet so that she could win those meets. And so for that reason, she was voted by the South Jersey Swimming Coaches Association as the 2020 South Jersey Coach of the Year. So Miss Elizabeth Begley.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow, and thank you to our student athletes and coaches. And Mr. Avati, we have one more set of board recognition this evening. So tonight is the last night that we have our 2021, 2022 student board reps and alternates with us, because pretty soon they're going to graduate. So they are here with us this evening. So I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to recognize and introduce as our student board reps for the final time from High School West, Kevin Salvatorelli. From High School East, Ariana Santiago Ramos. And our alternates from High School West, Sam Messias. And from High School East, Ziv M. Silly. Now, we do have plaques for the kids. I actually have the plaques for the alternates with me. when Mrs. Wilson, when they were delivered today, the ones for our student board reps actually have the name of one of our reps from a couple of years ago on the plaque. So we will get these reprinted and I will get them over to school for both of you. But Sam, I have yours, and Ziv. I don't see Ziv. She's not here, Anna, right? I'll take hers over to East to get it to her. So tonight's the last night that we'll get a chance to hear from these student board reps, and we will have our new student board reps with us in June.
Oh, wonderful. And thank you for your service. But before we let you go, it seems to me that Kevin, you started last time. So Ariana, would you like to give the report for East, please?
So I want to start off, part of my voice. I've done a lot of screaming in the past few days. Okay, so good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming today. And like always, we're going to start with school updates. Senior prom is June 2nd at the Crystal Tea Room. Tickets were sold all of last week, with students signing a prom pledge promising that they're going to make good decisions that weekend, and every student and their date has to sign that, I'm pretty sure. Personally, I'm very excited and I hope that all the seniors at East can attend. Next, graduation is coming up on June 22nd, as was mentioned before, and it's at the Lycor Center at Temple, which I'm excited for because that's where I'm going. It's in Philly. After that is project graduation, which is at school from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. and it's going to be really fun. There's going to be raffles and stuff like that. So if you are a senior, I do encourage everybody to go because it's not only safe, but it's fun. On that note, Frosh was at the beginning of May for all freshmen and students in general to attend, and a lot of freshmen went, and I do want to say it was a success. Moving on, the juniors and freshmen are currently undergoing NJSLA testing for science and English, if I'm not mistaken, and that's going on all of this week in the morning, and that's why we have late opening this week. Our final Cherry Hill East Character Ed breakfast was this week, I think, maybe last week. It was held honoring students who showcased character through the year and exemplified empathy, accountability, self-awareness, and trustworthiness, which is the acronym for EAST. Some of these students included Ziva Davis, Kate Pierlot, and Rin Kelly. Moving on, our theater department put on the One Act Play Festival, which is a festival of plays that were all directed, written, and put together by students for the students. Some of these include Boy Meets Girl, written by Sam Wolfson and directed by Colada Vignelli, and Polar Twilight, which is another one that was directed by Mia Ripa and written by Hilary DePiano. Last week were the Music and Mime elementary school tours, and for these, a lot of our choir groups, not a lot, our 3 choir groups and our mime group go out to the elementary schools and basically encourage students to continue their music education throughout their middle school and high school careers. Moving on to clubs, lots of clubs are starting their interest meetings for next year because a lot of clubs do have very long seasons. For example, our mock trial and robotics, as well as our biological research apparatus club. So if anyone is interested in those clubs, I would recommend going early rather than next year and not being able to participate. We had a pretty successful blood drive last week, and it was not shut down, which is a great success for us. Very happy about that. For sports, our East Boys Lacrosse are the 2022 Olympic Conference National Division champions, which is like the first time ever, and we are very proud. Track, our own Lexi Tepper is the Camden County 800-meter champion with a time of 2:19, which makes her one of the 50 fastest athletes in the state. And Kylie Walsh is the Camden County 2-mile champion with a time of 11:11, and we are very, very proud of them. And yeah, just before I end my report, I do want to thank all the board members this year. It's been a great learning experience, and I did love coming here every other Tuesday to make my report. So thank you very much.
We learned a lot too. And to teach us more, Kevin, for the final time.
Hello, I'm Kevin Salvatorelli from Cherry Hill West, and starting off in school news, NJSLA testing is continuing for freshmen, some sophomores and juniors in both science, English, and algebra. This brings us a delayed opening schedule, which is great for me because I've been quite tired after senior trip. Also in school news, Night of Stars. Last night, Cherry Hill West honored many students for their outstanding achievements during our Night of Stars. The Night of Stars is meant to honor students whose achievements go beyond the traditional awards that students receive and recognize students who may not have received recognition otherwise. Also, on Friday, May 13th, Cherry Hill West ran the annual Star Games. This is the first time we've been able to do it in quite a few years. And almost every school in the district participated, as well as many West students and some students from neighboring communities. The Star Games is a great opportunity to let especially talented athletes have fun and all meet each other across the town and now from Haddonfield and other nearby communities. In activities news, senior prom will be held on the Battleship, New Jersey on June 2nd. And students are encouraged to come to Promenade for an expressway to check in, as well as to get professionally taken pictures for free. We also, as I mentioned earlier, are just back from senior trip. We went to Disney. It was a lot of fun. It was very hot. It was very wet when it rained. It was very tiring. And I think on our 2-hour delay on the tarmac, I'd like to thank the Spirit Airlines flight attendants for making it quite entertaining, as they actually took the time to look up our school and do an East cheer. The Police Club is doing the best it has since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Police Club attempts to promote healthy communication between the Cherry Hill Campus Police and the Cherry Hill Police Department and the West community. This is meant to help demystify what the police do and help encourage healthy communication between the different groups of people. In department news, the Performing Arts Department, Vocal Music is working towards their spring concert, which will be held this Thursday at 7 p.m. in the auditorium. The spring concert will be a fully in-person event with a potential live stream. We're working on it. And it'll be the final vocal performance of the year other than senior solo night. The theater department is working towards the One Acts Play Festival, which is coming up on Friday, May 27th. We got a busy week. One Acts is a competition between grade levels with student-directed plays where students make decisions on who is casted, how the roles are played, and what play they actually do. The Cherry Hill West Instrumental Music Pops concert is coming up on June 1st at 7 p.m. The Pops concert will also be the final instrumental concert of the year. And then also Senior Solo Night, which will be a combination of vocal and instrumental music program students performing for their last time on a West stage. It is similar to One Acts, and it is a student set up, student organized, student planned event with teachers guiding the way. In athletics news, girls lacrosse is in the second round of playoffs and played against Mainland today. As most spring sports are coming to a close at the end of their seasons, we would like to congratulate all the West students who have worked so hard this year and done amazing. Also, East and West had a combined senior day for track today. It was a great event, and it allowed us to really show that we are one district. Air Force JROTC is currently in the process of conducting their spring physical fitness tests. This gives cadets the opportunity to show how much they have improved physically throughout the school year. With the year winding down, things are moving faster in the unit, and there's an upcoming awards night, Olympic Day, and next year's command staff was recently announced as currently in the process of being trained by their predecessors. In other news, over the weekend, Dancing with the Cherry Hill Stars was put on by the Cherry Hill Education Foundation. Dancing with the Cherry Hill Stars is a uniquely Cherry Hill event that allows our teachers and community members to put on a dance to raise money for our schools. And the Cherry Hill Education Foundation provides amazing services to many of our schools many of the schools in our district. The Cherry Hill Public Schools summer programs are also in the process of handling the registration. And for rising 6th through 10th graders, there will be parent workshops and new technology course offerings. And then finally, for our student comments. Many West students would like to express their interest in the creation of a girls flag football team at Cherry Hill West. The West community believes that this team would create a great opportunity for equitable access to sports, and there are many students who've already expressed interest in joining a team if one existed. I'd also like to give a final farewell on behalf of me, Sam Messias, and the many other people who have helped us in the creation of these reports. This has been an amazing opportunity, and we're glad to have been here. And if I can leave one thing that I hope all of the board members, administration walks away with is student voice is great, and the students really appreciate everything that you guys do to listen to us. Thank you all.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you for your service. We appreciate you. And next, we're going to turn to, it's been too long, Bob. Bob Garrison. Bob Garrison from Garrison Architects. We've got Sherry Tracy from Phoenix Advisors. Sherry, it's been too long. Good to see you back. Tony Salamini, Valence. The floor is yours.
Mr. Vadi, I also want to point out that Mrs. Sugars is joining us online this evening. She was unable to be here in the room tonight. So Mrs. Switansky is here. She is the Assistant Board Secretary who is filling the role at the table. But Mrs. Sugars is online, so she'll be participating in the discussion and the presentation with our friends and professionals.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia, and it has been a long time, almost, I guess, 2 months plus. And we're pleased to be with you this evening. As you mentioned, we've got bond counsel with us tonight and financial advisor. And as we march toward, as the opening slide suggests, that October 4th district-wide improvement program. Tonight, we're going to talk about the finalization of the bond question. Over the last couple of months since our January 25th meeting, when Mrs. Sugars outlined a series of projects, we've been busy getting our applications into the Department of Education. Department of Education required applications for every single site and actually 2 for Carusi because we have to separate the temporary classroom units. So we submitted 19 applications to the state. Mr. Altringer was wonderful to work with. And I'm pleased to tell the board and Dr. Malash and Mrs. Sugars know this today, that our last letters actually came in today. So we have projects in a short 4-month period of time, 18 PEC letters, and other capital project letters. So we're well on our way to the bond referendum program on October 4th. So tonight we're going to start a little bit about debt borrowing capacity. So Sherry Tracy is here from Phoenix Advisors, and she's going to talk about the capacity of the district's debt and how that relates to what the township is doing. I'm going to go through proposed scope reductions in order to meet that new debt capacity limit. Potential cost tax impact analysis, I think you'll be pleased. It's still under that number that I had set as a goal a long time ago, and I'm pleased to report that we'll be able to do that. And then finally, the timeline to the referendum vote. We've got a short 5 or so months here to get busy, 4+ months to get busy and to inform the public and make sure everybody has the information on October 4th. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sherry to talk about debt borrowing capacity.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As Mr. Garrison mentioned, we're going to start off just talking about debt borrowing capacity. So as you probably realize, all municipal entities in the state have a certain debt capacity limit set for them. The way K to 12 school districts work is it's 4%. It's figured out as 4% of the average of the last 3 years of the equalized valuation in the township. So they look at the whole equalized value, the value of all the properties in the township, not assessed, but true value over the last 3 years. They do an average of that number, and then they take 4% of it. So the school district's borrowing capacity as of June 30, 2022, so for next month, because we get to factor in the 21 number, it bumps up to $363,911,000. I think, as most of you remember, when we spoke back in January, the total projects that Mr. Garrison had outlined at that time were around $395 million. So we're just a touch below that amount with our borrowing capacity. So Mr. Garrison is going to speak to sort of the reduction if we look to which projects may have to come out of the referendum in order to meet with our debt capacity. There is a, for districts that do exceed their debt capacity, there is a provision allowing borrowing some of the townships, because just like the school district gets 4% of the average equalized value, a municipality gets 3.5%. So that same 3 years of equalized valuation number, but a municipality is able to borrow up to 3.5% of that amount. So as of June 30, 2021, the township had an unused capacity of just about 200 million. Tonight, we're going to talk about reducing the project as opposed to utilizing some of the townships, but that is what happens if you were curious, what happens if a school does go beyond their capacity. It is something that we are seeing more and more, in the last, I would say 4 to 5 years, more towns are, or more school districts are exceeding their borrowing capacity. And it's really kind of a product of several different things. One of the main things really is being that years ago, the state used to have 2 options for providing support to referendums in school districts. You could either opt to have debt service aid, which we're getting here. Mr. Garrison spoke about the PEC letters that will talk about the state's pledged percentage of just about 1/3 of the total costs of the projects that the state will pay annually each year towards debt service. So you have debt service aid. There used to be an option in the state where they would give you a grant for that amount. So instead of the district borrowing the full amount of the referendum and then receiving roughly 1/3 each year as aid towards the payment of the debt service, the money, you would just have the money up front, hence less to borrow. So there's not as much borrowing, which is why we haven't seen in the past, going back 15, 20 years, a lot of districts exceeding their borrowing capacities because they didn't have to issue as much debt to still do the same amount of projects. The other thing that's contributed to that too, I think, here within Cherry Hill, is that some districts also do more referendums more frequently. So rather than, in this case, and this works on the township side too, when the township has some projects to do, they pass an ordinance and they do the projects, road improvements and other capital projects annually or every couple of years. In this case, as you know, it's been over 20 years since the district has done a referendum. So there's a lot of projects. So those projects pile up and then we issue the debt all at once, which brings us up to that capacity. Some districts, if they're doing it every 10 years or so, they're sort of issuing, say, half this number and then starting to chip away at paying that debt down. But as you know, the district currently doesn't have any debt. So that is also what sort of kind of put us in this situation. And again, it's not, we are seeing it more and more around the state as districts have, just like you have done, have waited to amass projects, because obviously it's a lot of work to do a referendum. It's a lot of planning. It takes years of the committees, forming the committees and all the things that you've done to really find all of the necessary projects. So because of that, we are seeing that happen. So I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Garrison and let him talk about the proposed scope changes that will get us within our borrowing capacity.
The other thing also is the state of the economy and the cost of construction. As we see that rise over time, things are more expensive. So these projects on the whole, even when you bundle them, are quite expensive, and the costs have been going up astronomical. So I'm going to go through a list of proposed scope reductions. And I guess the word proposed is important because these are some things that I know the Board of Education will want to discuss in detail and talk about. They're not in any particular order or ranking, just kind of work with the administration and also facilities to identify some areas to get down 32 million to that number, which would match the district's borrowing capacity. Reducing the elementary media center costs. If you remember in the early presentations, the elementary school media centers, there was some $8 million identified there. It was complete furniture replacement, as well as finishes, lighting, et cetera. The district recently has purchased some new furniture. So with confidence, we can recommend reducing that overall furniture or media center expenditure down $1.125 million. Removing 5 all-purpose rooms except Johnson. Johnson, as we all know, having students in that facility, also looking at my presentations, that original building had the smallest multi-purpose room constructed with it. It is inadequate, it's undersized, PE and food service aren't effectively conducted there. So the recommendation is to leave Johnson into the program as designed, and I'll show you that in a second, but take the other 5 all-purpose rooms out and save the bulk of what the reduction requires at $22 million. Barclay Playground is being done next year. There's some grant funding along with that to be able to take that out and a little bit of capital reserve money. Malmberg and Stockton, the parking lots here and also Stockton are being budgeted for next summer at $1,550,000. And if you remember, the district has pledged to the community at the board's direction to continue to chip away those site improvements that were on that ADA list. So that remains a focus. In fact, back in Payne, were successfully bid by Environmental Resolutions, the district's engineering consultant, and those projects will be underway this summer. So the district, through capital reserve, good planning, has been able to chip away at the list of site work, and that can come off. Same thing with Malberg fire alarm. Really a situation where couldn't wait for the bond. Health and safety issue that was done recently, savings of $257,725. Also then looking at the PA, telecommunications, clock, and technology. District spent a lot of money recently, again, in upgrading systems that were past their useful life and couldn't wait. A savings there of $2,190,007. The district can fund that balance from capital reserve and also E-rate and some other funding opportunities. Adjust and reassess security systems. This is door access, controls, CCTV expansion, another district-wide initiative, another initiative that capital reserve and the district's been focused on with their funds, savings there of just over $2 million. And then finally, monitoring market conditions, monitoring post-COVID improvements to essential systems. And particularly what we're talking here is the HVAC systems. A lot of discussion was held at the various tours that we had. It's important to note that we budgeted for all possible enhancements. Some of my districts, as well as some of the national codes, now have 2 years of information on how COVID was treated and how we air condition our buildings and how we filter our buildings and make them safe. And so some of my districts are stepping away from things like bipolar ionization and also ultraviolet lighting. So with confidence, out of the $83 million in HVAC, we're confident that we can pull out $2.5 million, that those enhancements would not be required. Please don't mistake that for any kind of watering down of a scope or anything like that. As I talked about during the presentations, we would monitor the technology, monitor the trends, monitor the information, and make informed decisions. So the total reductions with these items, these suggestions, which can be discussed, total $32,348,678. And that gets the district in line with their borrowing debt limit. And Dr. Malach, if you could just go to the next one, we'll show everybody. So the biggest change again was the all-purpose rooms. In the center, I show you the schematic of Johnson that is being kept into the plan. So the APR total costs were $26,267,000. We leave Johnson in at 4.1, and we get that savings that I talked about previously for $22 million. The other small additions, whether it be an elevator or a main entrance enhancement, would stay in the program. So this is just the all-purpose rooms. Sure, you want to talk about this slide?
Sure. So up here before you, you have the estimated tax impact of the projects that we spoke about. So with the reduction of the proposed reduction of scope, the total cost estimate comes to $363,911,000, right in line with the borrowing capacity. And this important to note here, the state share that we've assumed, and I know Mr. Garrison said we got the last PEC letters in today, so we'll be able to really finalize that percentage number now. We left the same percentage in that we had on the total scope, the 395. So the percentage is still the same. However, the proposed projects that are taken out, as you heard, the all-purpose rooms had the least amount of aid tied to them. So that number is a really kind of a conservative estimate. If anything, I would expect that number is going to bump up the percentage amount of debt service aid. So I definitely won't call this a worst case scenario, but when it comes to debt service aid, I think it is percentage wise. And I say that because we have the one thing that we have that is different from when I was last before all of you in January is that we have been seeing interest rates rising, pretty significantly since January. So the new tax impact projection does factor in an increase in interest rates. It's been done at 4%. Again, just a projection that's higher than where rates are currently. Things have stabilized in the last several weeks. Actually, rates went down a little bit the last 2 days. So that's good. That's always good to see. Maybe we found a new ground and we can stay here through the end of the year would be great for the district. But again, the 4% is a conservative projection. It's done over 20 years. And it brings us to an estimate of about $394.80 on the average home, which is assessed at just over $225,000 in the district.
That's also important to note because if you remember the original forecast last fall, we were at 2.5% borrowing the money. Now we're at 4%. And we're still able to capture that tax impact under $400. So that's why I said I was pleased with the way the letters came out and with the way the program is shaping up. Timeline to the vote. The vote, again, was moved from the last Tuesday in September to October 4th, which was great news and responsible on the state's part. Just to run through the calendar, I know it's small, so I'll read it off quickly for you. We submitted the applications to the Department of Education, all 19 in February, revised the long-range facility plan in February. The DOE started issuing letters right away in April, and as I mentioned, we wrapped up today with that. The department will then issue the final eligible cost letters. Those are 30 days after the PEC. The board approves a special election, and Mr. Salamini has drafted a special election, a notice for October 4th and letting the county know that. Tony, you want to speak to that real quick?
Good evening, everyone. I know this is going to be bizarre, but I'm an attorney with actually decent news for you. Because of your good planning, because of the great work of your professional and your administrative teams, you guys are way ahead of schedule for the upcoming October 4th referendum. In terms of timing wise, we have to notify the county 60 days in advance. So having a conversation with Ms. Sugars, I sent her a resolution today that the board will hopefully consider at their June meeting to proceed with the election. That will then spur our office to contact the county and provide them the requisite notice so that they can arrange for the necessary publications to occur. And then you have to provide the county with the actual bond question more than 19 days in advance. And we have that mapped out for your July 12th meeting, which falls in line with the debt capacity, with the available debt capacity of the township. So it all works out very nicely. We'll be well in advance of those timelines. And it's just basically because of the good planning by the board, by the administration, and by your architect, and also the historical good budgeting of the school district by having capital reserve available to be able to take advantage of getting $114 million from the state. So I'm actually here with good news, and we're kind of on a good path and a good target, and we should be able to easily meet all the required deadlines.
So the other deadlines will be a presentation to the planning board. Once we finalize exactly which sites we're going to be altering, and that includes the APR rooms, Rakesh Darji from Environmental Resolutions has already talked to the community office and the planning office, and we'll absolutely be at the planning board. And Dr. Malash has also talked to town council about making sure that they're informed of the ultimate plan and whatever's done. So the publication of the mail-in notices are August, certified proposal is September 13th, publication is the 24th, sample ballots go out on September 26th, and obtain certification at grade level, which is just a administrative function, on October 3rd, all in time for the Tuesday, October 4th special election. And the election times will be broad to encourage participation by all the community. The polls close at 8 p.m. in accordance with the statute. So threw a lot at you. I'm sure that we've got some questions. And I also should comment, after January 25th, and I know there's a few principals here in the audience, they really took an opportunity to respond to my needs, because I said, okay, the Board of Education wants me to submit these projects. Now we have the authorization to do that after January 25th. I want to talk to you about your floor plans, and I want to talk to you about your designs. And whether it was the F-wing reconstruction or Tony's specialized classrooms that she had in the back, they really took an interest in fine-tuning the details for robotics, for photography, for STEAM, for STEM, for the science labs, for all the specialized spaces that we talked about during the planning process. But they put the time in, and they challenged me, and they pulled out that media center design that they gave me when I walked into her building in the fall of this particular year, and said, remember, I have this, but I want to change it. So it was really great to get the input from them to really fine tune the plans. We're really excited for this thing to go forward, and for the students to benefit from their hard work and their scrutiny of those spaces.
Thanks, team. Great job. Thanks for working so hard. Sounds like a productive while, and I guess you're coming with a couple pieces of good news. So all this is pretty good, but I guess we got probably questions from the board. I don't know who wants to start. Can you give us a sense? I'll start. What does this look like from a home ballot perspective? I mean, when would these be received in homes, and what would that process look like? I'm just wondering how that affects our timeline and that kind of stuff.
Sure. So once the board adopts the bond proposal question in July, we send that certified copy to the county, but the county doesn't need that until 19 days in advance. So you'll get the sample ballots as you do for your normal elections. Usually the Wednesday before the election is when you're required to get those sample ballots. Sure. I mean, and you'll have in that resolution that you adopt at your July meeting, it will have the actual ballot question that will go to the voters. So we can make that available, obviously for the board and for the public to see. We can put it on your website so everyone's familiar with the language. Unfortunately, the ballot language is very cumbersome. And that's because most of what's in the ballot question is required either by statute or regulations. So there's words like eligible cost, ineligible. There's certain statutory references in there. They're all required by statute. So it's important to provide that in advance to educate the public about the project, the costs, et cetera, because the question itself is, somewhat cumbersome, to no fault of my own.
We won't blame you personally. Ms. Friedel?
Thank you. Mr. Garrison, so with the 5 APRs, except for Johnson being suggested as a proposed removal, you said that Johnson has the smallest, I guess, square footage APR, but I guess my question is, what does that translate per child? So, is Barton's 100 square foot bigger, but they have more children, so it actually comes to less square foot per child. And I say this because I am a former Barton parent and I have been in that APR. And, maybe I should go back and sweat off a few pounds. But it's very crowded when they have back to school nights. They split the grades in half and you still can't fit everybody into the APR. So I'm just curious because just being the smallest doesn't actually translate to less room.
And that is a fair point. So the Department of Education's regulation is 16 square feet per student. So off the top of my head, I think that Johnson multipurpose room is 1,800 square feet. So it could hold by definition and department just over 100 students. There's really no magic to the selection. It was just trying to get down to the $32 million, looking at the projects that were there, knowing that the roofs are out of warranty, so that needs to be done, knowing that we have handicap bathroom needs on the interior and whatnot. So as I said, this is a potential for discussion, and we have to have a starting point for this. And so the resolution to hold the election is not the resolution to adopt what this prioritization says. And that's can be the debate between then and the January question. So please understand that this is an idea and we wanted to get it in front of you so that it can be debated if required.
Okay, so we don't need to decide the reductions today. We just need to be able to move forward.
Correct.
We need to reduce and this is-
Somewhere
yeah,
in the program. So
somewhere.
we
Okay,
have $396 million and,
that's very helpful. Thank you.
Can I just add something to that? Also, too, obviously, the proposed reductions are up to the board. These projects too that Bob picked out, they're not as eligible for debt service aid. So by removing them, you could potentially fund them in another way, either through a lease or capital reserve in the future, and you're not getting as hurt by removing them. But again, which projects you remove, that's up to you. But that was also when we had the conversation with Bob, one of the benefits of removing them is you're not getting as much bang for your buck on issuing debt for those projects.
And I think Mr. Garrison did that because he probably knew that I would have said, why aren't we removing projects that we don't get the state contribution for? So
right.
we're on the same page.
I
We're on the same
appreciate if I didn't accomplish anything over the last 2 years, get the best bang for the
Yes.
buck. And get the best bang for the buck so that we stay under that $400 target amount that we kind of had for day one. So to Tony's point, if the additions cost $4 or $5 million, you get $500,000 in state aid for something that costs $5 million. It's 10%. It's not 33%, like a roof, window, door, or something else.
Thank you.
Mrs. Fleischer?
Thank you. And thank you all for the information. I had two questions, actually. Sorry, the first one, Mr. Garrison, you had said about, so I'm interested going right to the end at polling, the polling times. You had said by law, it has to end at 8 p.m. Are we set for certain times for the polls to be open for that special election?
I believe is it 7 a.m., Dr. Malash, or is it 6 a.m.? 7 a.m.
So it's actually, we can make the determination,
Right.
right? I mean, that 6 o'clock is the earliest that we can start and it has to be open until 8 o'clock. But that's a decision that, in talking with Tony, talking with Paul, and then the board making the determination about when do you want to start them.
So by law, you can open it as early as 6, but as late as 4. It has to close by, so technically the shortest period of time could be from 4 to 8.
Thank you. I did remember at the last bonds that we had, the flexibility of setting the times, but didn't know what parameters. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Right. I will tell you that, part of the goal, because the state, and this is something that community members brought up and Bob addressed it even, with the election date is typically the last Tuesday in October, it's a Jewish holiday. October 4th.
Last Tuesday in September.
I'm sorry, last Tuesday in September. October 4th, which is the first Tuesday in October, is actually the eve of another Jewish holiday.
Yeah,
Right.
it
So we want to
is,
make
right.
sure, again, because of the community in which we live and serve, that we provide opportunity for everybody to be able to get out and vote during the course of the day.
Thank you very much for bringing that up because I had seen that also. So thank you for making people aware of that. My other question, and Dr. Mosh and Mrs. Sugars, it might be more to you. Reducing the PA system, telecommunications clock system technology, and then adjusting the security system and door access controls. The first one seems to be able to be funded by balances of different things, capital reserve, E-rate. Are we going to be not covering anything by taking these two out, or are all of these items going to be able to be funded in different ways?
Fund those things in different ways. I also think that we have made great strides over the past couple of years with implementing the cameras and the swipe card access. We actually just did another round of cameras that we put into both of the high schools, one of the middle schools and 2 of the elementary schools. And so when Bob and I discussed these 2 items, I certainly would not have proposed it if I didn't think that 1, we were in pretty good shape, and 2, there wasn't another way to supplement those items, either through E-rate or through other funding mechanisms that would be more easy for us to handle. We certainly doing those kinds of things, those smaller projects through capital reserve is something that is manageable for us on an annual basis.
Thank you, Mrs. Sugars.
Ms. Stern?
So Mrs. Sugars, in keeping with questions directed probably best to you, we have our next BNF meeting coming up, and I'm wondering if it would be helpful to the board, and I'll also ask my fellow board members if we are able to get a little more detail and perhaps direction about the proposed projects, perhaps a little more understanding of the APR needs, and perhaps, is there some renovation options that might be coming down the pike? Are there ways that we can specifically ask our grant writer, contractor to help kind of look out specifically for some of the needs that we're cutting out? Just, I guess, basically giving the board a little more understanding of, a little more detail of how we can start to think about, accomplishing some of these obviously identified needs. And I'm assuming, that I look at some of these as obviously the needs that we kind of would really like to have, but aren't necessarily identified as absolutely must have, whereas the other items that we kept in are, more must have. So is that something that you and I can work on to try to bring to BNF and then to the full board, just so we respond to some of the questions that are being raised about these projects? And obviously we all agreed that these were good projects to do. So finding a way to try to do them or parts of them and over time.
Yeah, I think we can certainly talk about that. I know that from the initial point of working with our grant writer, we have told them that facilities was definitely a priority in terms of seeking grants. So yes, we absolutely can take a look at that, and see if there's different ways that we can try to accommodate some of those projects.
And just a point of clarification. So all of the existing all-purpose rooms also have money assigned for renovations. Those renovations were sound attenuation devices. Sometimes it was a stage with a handicap lift, painting, lighting, HVAC. Those stayed in the program. So renovations to existing APRs are not being proposed to be removed. It was just the new construction.
Well, and I guess to that point, Mr. Garrison and Mrs. Sugars, I had the chance to go to multiple APRs on my tour. I see Dr. Cafagnas here. That school has a beautiful APR. I was at Kingston, not so beautiful. And I think, that school absolutely needs, that APR needs some good work to be done there. And I would like to maybe even revisit, are there other things, again, looking at our capital reserves going forward, kind of our wish list of projects to ensure that we do enough renovation to at least really get some of the benefit out of it for all the schools, even if they're not getting new APRs. Another just last quick question, because this has been raised to me multiple times, because I just know more kids at East High School. I keep getting asked about F-Wing. What's going to happen when F-Wing is renovated? Where are the kids going to do their projects in their schools? And I know that's far away if the bond were to pass and that were to happen. But I know we have, monies in the bond referendum for, I don't know what they're called, the alternative classrooms that get put on, temporary
Right,
classrooms.
temporary space, whether
Temporary
it's
space.
inside the building or at Carusi where we have to move half the population out.
We have it for
at one
Carusi
time.
for sure, and that's very critical. I just didn't know, again, long-term question and maybe more complicated than for tonight, but just, I guess perhaps it's just a comment, just voicing that that's being raised because it's a significantly used portion of the school. And I think that there's just concern about how that's going to be handled. So
Yep,
anyway,
swing,
that's just
swing
kind of-
space, yeah.
Yes. Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you.
Mrs. Arroyo?
I just like an opportunity to revisit the list of all the ineligible projects that fit so that, I don't know if that, I feel like that should be a larger group discussion and not just for BNF. And that's just how I see that, because I think we all need to be fully aware of what, some of the options that we can have, because if there's things that we could take out that already are just like things we'd like to see. I mean, if we're digging deeper, we might as well, I want to see that list again and revisit that conversation.
Okay. So. Yeah, I don't want to, but I mean, Rosie's sort of asking a question here. So I guess the question is, so when do we need to figure out if we want to indeed get under the, within the district's debt limit? When do we need the official?
2 months.
2 months from now. Okay. So, all right. So we could start.
And that's a self-imposed deadline. Because as bond counsel said, we're certainly not going to wait 19 days before the election to do that. But that's a self-imposed deadline that matches with your board meeting. So that's July 12th.
Okay. All right. So we have a little time, but I hear what you're saying. Mrs.
Which is
Elmore
why
Stratton?
we're bringing it to your attention now so that we can hash it over the next 6 weeks and not say, hey, what do you think next week?
Right. Okay. Mrs. Elmore Stratton?
Mr. Everybody, I think my question was similar to Mrs. Arroyo's of like, when do we plan to discuss some of these? Because my question that I noted on the APR point is, do we need to be considering, I'm sure it's going to take a while for that to get built, but then we'll also be like, will we be having capacity issues because we're changing some of the lines too? So even though makes sense now, by the time it's done and we have a different set of kids there, or if we added more kids there, is that make sense to do? Or would it make sense to do some of the other ones that are going to be a little bit more filled to the brim once it's done 2 years out or 1 year out? That's all, like, I know right now it looks like Johnson would make sense, but when we're where we are with the lines 2 years from now, when it actually will get in use, does that make sense? So my thought was, can we talk as a larger group about some of those?
Okay. So maybe we can get some stuff in backup to look at all the projects and what those look like. Can we essentially charge BNF with, is this what people are saying, to sort of curate the discussion for the board on the 14th of June? Would that sort of satisfy what we're converging on at this point?
We have to, the field, just so I'm making sure I'm understanding the way the process is gonna go. So right now, he just needs to know, not he, I'm sorry.
That's
I didn't mean to.
I've been referred. I'm good. I'm good.
So we as a group need to just say, hey, yes, we're gonna proceed. We know we need to make changes, but what date do we say what those changes are? You're saying that we need to do that in the June 14th meeting,
No.
or no?
So
past that?
so you're going to say, yes, we're going to have an election on May 31st. Yes, we're going to have an election. And then you're going to say, this is what we're going to ask for in the election on July 12th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but, okay, but I think that the board wants some deliberation. So it's an issue of fitting it into. So let me ask this question. Would it be helpful today if we said, we want to do an election on October 4th?
Yeah. Yes.
Or is there an advantage in waiting for some reason beyond tonight?
You've been planning for 2 years for October 4th. And we, the district, you, the district, have put yourself in a situation where you have your money letters almost 5 months before an election, which far exceeds any planning in any school district. He's getting it off the press the same day to go to a meeting to pass a resolution. So you've got time, you've done the work. And I understand the next 6 weeks looks like a huge challenge, but you have the facts before you. And I think you just hash through it and we stay on course. Prices are going up every single day. I had 150 unit ventilators coming to Eastern for the summer. Now I have 50. It's unpredictable. It's unsustainable. It's unknown. And the sooner the better you get this started, because it's not going to get any better when you got to build this. Just my opinion.
Yeah, the timing, Mr. Vadia, whether the board were to pass a resolution tonight saying that we're going to hold an election on October 4th or pass that resolution on June 14th really is immaterial. Because again, it's still, both of those dates are significantly earlier than when we would have to pass it and to send that information to the county. We believe that's going to happen. I believe that the board is committed to that October 4th date, right? As Mr. Garrison said, we've been talking about this for 2 years, to go through. I think the primary question that the board needs to decide is, are we going to do all the projects that have been approved? Or are we going to stay within what has been designated as the school district's debt capacity? Right? That is what has to be decided first and foremost. Because if we're going to stay within the district's debt capacity, then there's a specific dollar amount between what's been spelled out by the architects and the engineers and the professionals and what that dollar amount is, which is how we came up with the projects that are identified in the presentation this evening. If the board decides we are not going to stay within the debt borrowing capacity, and we will utilize some of the township's debt borrowing capacity, as Lindenwold and Maple Shade and other local districts have recently done, then that's a different discussion, right? Because that doesn't mean that we necessarily need to cut anything out. There are a number of things that are on here that would not be included. No matter what we do, there are a number of things on here that will not be included in the final referendum, right? Because some of the projects are already slated to be done. The parking lots we talked about, Beck and Stockton, that are set to go. Some of those things ultimately will come out anyway, right? That's part of the process from where we were in January to where we are today. But first and foremost, the board needs to decide how much money are we going to go out and borrow. That's the question.
Okay, Dr. Rude?
Oh, I just don't know how to take it down, Mr. Rude, but thank you so much.
Yeah, in my opinion, like doing anything with the date of everything at this point would be absolutely just catastrophic. Like, we're on this mission, we've got all of the pieces in play, like we need to move forward. Like I'm new to this board. I've been here less than 6 months, and all I've heard since the day I got here is that our schools are falling apart. And it may not be I may have to back down off of this, but when I heard when the idea of the debt capacity was introduced to us and the idea that we can go over, but we should try, I'm like, oh man, like, can we not go all in for our kids? Like, I'm all in. Like, I really think that it's important. Like, we haven't had the money, we haven't had the referendum in 20 years to do the right thing for the schools. And we finally are going to put this up there to do the right thing. And I think that at this moment in time, like, really, and I've said this before, like, if we don't get this done, as Mr. Garrison said, we're just shooting ourselves in the foot down the road. We're just asking for, problems will continue and things will be more expensive. Prices never go down. I really just, I can't stress enough. Like, I look at the list of things here and I'm like, if cutting these few things is what we need to do to get to the right number, like, I don't need to look at another list. I'm on board. Like, we need to do what we need to do. I don't know if Ms. Sugars can correct me in the numbers, but we're talking about putting $4 million of our capital reserve toward debt servicing. And that leaves, like, I think I've seen numbers of around 10 million on average, which means we still have 6 million a year in capital reserves to put toward other projects as they come up or things that we might have to cut. So, you know, from my perspective, like, I'm all in right now. So, you know, you guys can debate what you want. I love to hear your comments and concerns and criticisms, but I think for our kids, this is absolutely important, and everybody's done a good job of getting us there. I'm on board.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Rude. Ms. Stern.
So I agree with Dr. Rude. I'm in a similar place. I think that it's really important to put this forward. I think it's really important to demonstrate that we've listened to the community who has said we're long overdue for work. Our buildings are in significantly bad shape and it's time to do this. And I also think the community has said, you know, we want you to be fiscally responsible. And I think that, you know, staying within our borrowing power is as fiscally responsible as we can possibly get at the same time as having a very big bond. And I think I always try to imagine, you know, what does this feel like as a, you know, an average family, you know, you don't want to borrow beyond your, you know, your credit limit, or you know, you don't want to borrow more than whatever percentage of, you know, is recommended. And if you do, you're kind of getting into riskier territory. So my opinion is let's stay within our debt capacity as a school district. I absolutely support the important fact that we need to get, you know, a little more information. Certainly for me, it's a little more, I don't know what it is for everybody else, about the projects and how we try to continue to get some of these work done. You know, I think whenever anybody makes decisions about, you know, again, thinking about a home, you know, you have your renovation and then you know, or if you have to fix something in your house and then you have to make a decision, you know, do I repair the washer dryer or is it old enough that I have to buy a new one? I mean, you have to think of those decisions constantly. And I think that, you know, there are nice to haves and then there's absolutely must haves. And I try to look at this that way. So, and I'm not sure exactly where some of those pieces fall. So I think to Mrs. Arroyo's point, I think it's important. I just want to clarify, Mrs. Arroyo, I was not sure I fully understood. Are you wanting to have a fuller board discussion about whether or not to make a decision about the debt capacity, or is it specifically about the projects? Okay, perfect. That I'm on the same page with you about that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, let me try again. So if we said, I mean, here's what I'm hearing around the table. If we said October 4th is our date, let's fold that as a resolution into June 14th. Because we did, and the reason I'm being difficult about this, we did think about having potentially another meeting. It doesn't sound like we need that at that time. But, okay, we do that. We use June 14th as a deliberation. We've looked at the backup and what the options are in terms of scaling down. And we have that as a full board discussion that comes through our BNF, let's say it's not at the meeting, but it's part of that agenda on the 14th. Should we wait from the debt capacity perspective? That's what Dr. Malash is saying is the active piece. I will say for me, I also believe we should fit within our own debt capacity. We should look at what the projects are and, you know, what the relative weight and what we've heard in the community. But it seems like something we could be able to do. And I mean, there is something to the rising price of gas and such things. So do we want, in a certain sense, to move the discussion then to June 14th? Or is there a piece we can do or should do tonight? And it seems like, what do you think?
I think that's a fair assessment. You know, I don't know that this evening, looking around the table and listening to where people are, I don't know that there's a whole lot more discussion that's going to occur among the board tonight. We are not pressed for an additional special meeting between now and June 14th. You know, as part of the work session agenda, we can certainly list this as an old business item. You know, there are questions that some board members have. We can clarify what those are in terms of looking at projects and, you know, thinking about that and people talking about it. Can be a discussion during BNF as Ms. Stern said and Ms. Sugars, you know, agrees with. You know, and then come back on the 14th, and we can have a deeper discussion during the course of that work session meeting.
Okay, so the only I wonder is for the board members, do we want to talk about the capacity or do we want to essentially push it? We'll have more information on the 14th to the 14th. And I guess for me, okay, no, go ahead. Mrs. Fleischer.
I have a question. So, and to your, do we have to vote on keeping the debt capacity, like staying within our debt capacity? Or is it just a discussion that we're having? Or do we have to sort of just gauge how everyone's their ideas?
Yeah, there's no formal action that the board needs to take in making that determination. It's a discussion, and then ultimately it's, you know, through the board leadership to direct us as the administrative team to either build a referendum that's within the debt capacity or to build a referendum that goes above it. The action that the board will take is when the question is actually adopted, which will include all of those different projects in it. Then the board at that point has made effectively the determination about whether they're going to stay within or go or exceed it.
Thank you.
Mr. Avati, could we do a straw poll to see who, where people are at in terms of the question being exceed the debt limit and do the full 396 or stay within debt capacity and do the 363?
I like that idea, Dr. Rood. Yeah, why don't we do that? How do I? All right, so for those that believe we should stay within what's being called the district's debt capacity, this is about $363 million. Can you please raise your hands? For those who believe we should go to 396 in the full vote, you only get one vote at a time. Okay. All right, so I guess, so, okay, so that does put us somewhere. So we're going to punt the two things to June 14th, as we've established, and we'll direct our administration to stay at that 363 level to build it. Ms. Friedel.
So, Ms. Sugars, I guess this is kind of a question for you, but even going to the, you know, if we stay in the debt capacity, we're still proposing that the bulk of the work will be done on the schools. They would have new roofs, they would have new HVAC, they would have all these new things, which, as we talked previously, means that we don't really have a lot of projects with capital reserve. So I guess the question would become, can we have a plan, a long range plan, so to speak, on if we end up with removing the APRs at those other schools? Is there a way to plan over time that, you know, Kingston gets a new APR with since we're not putting capital reserves to something else, or the 1.1 million for the libraries that, you know, over the course of 4 years, those things would be put in place, just so that we have like a parallel plan, that we don't just lose sight of these things that we all agreed were important.
Yeah, we can certainly take a look at that. I think that, you know, part of the reason that we are able to use so much of our capital reserve account has been because, you know, we've enjoyed additional state aid each year. We've been able to close out our budgets each year, and we've been able to make, you know, significant contributions to the capital reserve account. And I think that it's going to take a combination of, you know, when that state aid, which I think unfortunately probably we will not continue to see the increases that we have. You know, at some point it's going to be about good budgeting, keeping an eye on things, making sure that we can still make those contributions to the capital reserve account, still committing $4 million per year towards the debt to make sure that we're getting it under the amounts that they need to be. I mean, you may find yourselves in a situation where we're planning, you know, contributions and planning for a capital campaign to do an APR, and it's a 2-year process to get the funds together as opposed to just being able to check things off the list. But you are correct in the fact that, ADA will be addressed. So we will no longer be dedicating funds to ADA. There's other projects that we have been working on through the years that, as we get through the bond referendum, that work will take care of itself.
All right, Mrs. Tong.
Thank you, Mr. Avalia. I think I have a question, but maybe hypothetically. If in the bond, the 300 within the debt, within the budget, right, that we talk about the debts, where you guys talk about 360 something debt capacity. With the rate of inflation right now we're going, what happens if the projects, what, I guess the money went and above beyond what we budgeted for? How do we close that gap?
Sure, Mrs. Tong, am I allowed to answer? Okay, all right, okay, all right. The soft costs. We talked about the line items in each of the areas, site work, exterior, whatever. The soft cost, that 25% down on the bottom, 10% of that is for contingency, unforeseen conditions, market conditions, et cetera, et cetera. So that's always built into every project that we have on the list, 10% contingency.
Thank you. But I still doubt that the soft and the contingency that we have with the way of inflation going on, I don't know. I'm just curious if there's at any point you went and above beyond a project before our project got completed. Would that be, I guess the question is, how do we handle that at that point?
So
if it went beyond what we have
Right.
predicted?
So the board, always remember, the Board of Education, when they do that ballot question, it's a maximum amount to borrow. So the maximum amount to borrow is $363,911. If you wanted to have $912, you'd have to go back to the public and ask for $1. So we have to live within our means. That's why we try to do conservative estimates right from the get. Remember, a lot of times we went on the road, how could a roof cost $35 a square foot? My house is 20. Well, part of the reason I use some of those estimating is because this is prevailing rate work. This is work over a 5-year period of time, and we tried to build that into the estimates. Now, look, if we continue at a 20% inflation every single year, all bets are off. I mean, if we cannot continue on this pace that we're on, I don't think. So I'm betting on that.
Thank you. Same. 700 something. The next thing I look for went up again. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Anybody else on the board? Or student reps?
I have,
Mrs. Arroyo?
so on June 14th, it'll just be BNF reviewing the list, or I don't understand, what was June 14th?
No, I'm sorry. So June 7th, BNF will meet, but June 14th, we're together again.
Okay.
And we can discuss like through the BNF section of our full board meeting. It'll be a work session. This list, but we'll get back up before that.
Okay.
From administration to kind
Okay,
of.
just need clarity. Thank you.
All right. All right. Well, thank you very much.
It's good to see you all.
Oh, okay. What? Yep. Go for it, Kevin.
I'd just like to say that I think doing whatever needs to be done to make the projects actually happen is more important than and focusing on whatever projects we can get done and circling back to ones that maybe can't be. In this bond referendum is the best way to go forward, because if the schools need the work done, that's the end of the story.
Thank you, and make sure that all of our seniors are registered to vote.
Yes. With TikTok testimonials as well. All right. Moving to our next order of business, we'll turn it to Dr. Malash to introduce our next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia. So Mrs. Wethington, I'm actually turning over to Mrs. Wethington. And we are going to have an update from our C-Piece committee and members of our C-Piece committee. I remember C-Piece is the acronym that we use for our Cultural Proficiency, Equity, and Character Education Committee. This is a group that has gone through a number of different iterations, different relationships, different involvements, and different structures. As we are coming now after the experience during COVID, we are again in a transitional time frame and a transitional period. Very excited about the presentation that they've put together. So Mrs. Wethington, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Malash. I'm going to ask Mrs. Tiernan, Dr. Kafanya, and Dr. Damon to come up to the podium. We're going to all be sharing in the presentation. And thank you, Mr. Plavinsky, for clicking for me. I appreciate it. So we're going to be talking about our work in planning the cultural proficiency, equity, and character education work this kind of spring. You can go to the next slide, Mr. Plavinsky. Thank you. So we will start talking about the 5-year plan that went from 2017 to 2022. We will look at the goals and some of the accomplishments of the committee, and then we'll move on to what's going to happen 2022 to 2027, and talk about what we've discussed as far as structure and the vision, some themes that we talked about, standards for equity, and some follow-up items. I would like the board to be aware that the cultural proficiency work in Cherry Hill is not new. This is not a new iteration of the work. The work predates myself, Dr. Mahan, Dr. Morton, maybe even Dr. Malash. I'm not positive. At least 15 years we've been having cultural proficiency conversations in Cherry Hill. The only place I've ever worked where we've had these conversations, and I've worked in more than one place. Our current committee has about 100 people. So we will talk a little bit further into the presentation about how we are looking at the structure of that to make it more manageable. But I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Tiernan, who's going to start with the goals.
Thank you, Mrs. Wethington, and thank you to the board and Dr. Malash for having us here tonight to share with you some of our goals that we have established through the original 5-year plan and the efforts that we're looking to implement as we move forward. So I just wanted to go over our original goals. These have been a little fluid over the past several years. And as goals were achieved or tasks were accomplished and we needed to modify them a bit, we were able to do that as a committee of the whole. So our first goal has been to develop a comprehensive plan for implementation of cultural proficiency and developing that throughout the district. Later, goal number 1 evolved after the board adopted the anti-racism policy. We evolved that goal to include anti-racism as part of our planning. Our second goal has been to create district-wide cultural proficiency teams. Those teams include an executive committee that does the planning, community members who work with us in an advisory role to do our work, and then building-based teams at the high school, middle school, and elementary levels. So those teams meet regularly as part of our plan. Our third goal is for recruitment, hiring, and retention of staff of color in order to make our staff reflect the students that we serve. Goal number 4 has been to increase the capacity of teachers. So in goal number 4, we've established tasks to assist with professional development for administrators, staff, and all staff throughout our buildings. Our 5th goal is our community outreach goal. This includes how we communicate with families throughout the district and how we include families and community members in the work that we do. Goal 6, I'm sorry, we're on the next slide. Thank you. Goal 6 is our student engagement goal. And we have had students join us as a part of this goal to have voice in our work. And in addition to that, this goal reflects our plan to
extend the cultural proficiency work throughout the schools and educate students about the work that we're doing. And our seventh and final goal is related to the character education work that we've done over the years in Cherry Hill. All of our schools are national schools of character. We are a national district of character. And in goal number 7, our aim is to continue to instill the values of respect, responsibility, and citizenship in our students and staff. And I am going to turn it over to Dr. Kafanya, who's going to share with you some of the action steps that we've taken related to each of these goals.
Good evening. Some of our accomplishments are that we've developed our building-based cultural proficiency teams, and those teams were engaged in professional development sessions and provided turnkey opportunities to colleagues in the schools where they served. Our CP's chairs also reviewed and the second readings of the district anti-racism policy and engaged in community groups in the review and provided feedback to the superintendent. We've also included our CP's cultural proficiency work in domain 4 of the legacy model of Marzano, which is how we evaluate our teachers in the classroom, and the evaluation model we also use for planning our goals and setting our goals in our schools. In 2018, our CPs also helped create signage for all 19 schools to illustrate to the families and community the many languages spoken and the staff at each school that speaks them, to help support those who needed support in the schools of having access to different languages. All district and building teams also read and implemented strategies from Singleton and Linton's Courageous Conversations on Race. I'll hand it over to Dr. Damon. That's not you? I'm sorry. Dr. Morton.
Thank you, Dr. Campagna. I thought we were good. Anyway, some great work that's taking place as well. The CP's committee collaborated district-wide to conduct student voice groups at monthly meetings. These student voice groups, for those that were around last year, will remember that the student voice groups presented twice at Board of Education meetings. The administrations at both the high schools followed up based upon the feedback and information that was received, and did some action planning and some work in the school communities around that information that was gathered. Something else that was phenomenal as well, CP supported a partnership with Rowan University's Project Impact, in which Impact scholars visited East in 2018 and West in 2019. Project Impact seeks to expand the pool of male practitioners of color into the field. They have educators throughout the region serve as mentors for these young people. I myself has served as a mentor for students and working through this program, and it was a great partnership where you saw high schools East and West represented and come together to interact with these impact students. And the students also interacted with educators of color from right within our district, from CHEA, from CHASA, from each as well, to interact during sessions. Additional accomplishments include the CP's involvement in assisting in the implementation of a district-wide equity survey, the implementation of a district-wide equity audit, in-service opportunities that were provided for certificated staff members of color. The CP's committees as well has helped to develop frameworks to deliver building-based professional development. And CP's has also helped to create a repository of resources to support schools and classrooms. And I will turn it back over to Ms. Wellington.
Like a game of pass the mic over here. So next we'll talk about the structure of the committee. We, meaning some of the admin team, discovered that the committee started to get unwieldy. You heard me say earlier, we have about 100 people, 97, 98. And while we're grateful for the participation, we found it was difficult to get work accomplished, and attendance became inconsistent, which is naturally understandable when you have so many people on any committee. Anyone who sat in a large committee knows, you don't have the same people attending every week in those numbers. So it was difficult also to get some of the goal work accomplished. So at the same time, Mrs. Tiernan and Mr. Park, who have provided fantastic leadership during very challenging times and are so appreciated, decided to step down as co-chairs. And so we thought it was a great time to really look at the structure, how we could organize the committee, or the things that we needed to do differently. And that kind of led into the restructuring conversation. So I went to Mrs. Wilson, who is my personal guru for information, and she created the graphic that you see in front of you, which I would have never in a million years thought to create on my own, which kind of visualizes the current structure. If you see at the top left, it says CP's monthly committee meeting plan, where we would have everyone meeting monthly, but in reality, what you see below are the more sporadic circles because we didn't have every person on the committee attending every month. Again, that's natural with the size of the committee. So we talked about and created a planning committee consisting of Dr. Mahan, Dr. Morton, Mrs. Tiernan, Mr. Park, who couldn't be with us tonight, Dr. Damon, Mrs. Michelle Smith, who is an assistant principal at Carusi Middle School, Dr. Cafagna, Mr. Edwards, and AP at East, myself, and Miss Mallory. So we started with the planning process, added in Mr. Mayor, who provided great support and feedback at our last meeting, and started to look at kind of what the process needs to look like, how we can plan to support the committee as a whole, what our next steps are going to be. And we have been meeting monthly, and our plan is to have the full committee, again, back to the 100 people, meet quarterly. We feel like that's a more manageable way to plan and to have people make a commitment, more reasonable, I think, than meeting every month for a few hours at a pop. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mahan.
Thank you. So Mrs. Wethington stole some of my thunder with her last slide, but I have to say I love the previous slide because it provides a realistic image of all the contributors to the work around equity, cultural proficiency, and character education. With the reestablishment of the planning committee, as Mrs. Wethington said, we have been meeting monthly, and our group currently has representation from the elementary school, middle school, high school, special education, and the Board of Education. We met approximately 2 weeks ago over at High School West. It was a very productive conversation. This group will also include community members as well as student advocates. With the restructuring of the committee, we wanted to continue the work and the momentum that we have found with Dr. Barbara Moore Williams in continuing to implement specific school-based strategies. As Mrs. Wethington mentioned, we do have new liaisons from the planning committee who will work with Dr. Moore Williams. Those liaisons are Dr. Cafagna and Mr. Edwards. And lastly, as you all know, we certainly value community feedback. So having community committee members who will meet at least quarterly with, and involve those community members in the decision-making process. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mallory. Thank you. So the 5-year plan for 22 to 2027, the vision is Cherry Hill is an actively anti-racist district that identifies, challenges, and changes the values, structures, and behaviors that perpetuate systemic racism. So looking at the 5-year plan with a focus on themes, connecting with students and staff, reviewing policies and practices that impact students through an equity lens, creating opportunities for student engagement. And then when we're looking at connecting with our staff, the retention and recruitment of staff of color, standard district-wide equity training for all CHPS employees, and continue the work of the building-based cultural proficiency teams. Looking at the 5-year plan and connecting with the community, we would look to increase outreach and remove barriers to participation as 2 of our main priorities. And I just want to say, I think it's a privilege to serve on this committee. And like Ms. Wethington, I've served in 4 districts in my career, and this is the first district that I've done this kind of important work. So thank you. Now I will turn it over to Dr. Damon.
Good evening. So a continuation of the 5-year plan is that We're going to establish a standard for equity in the Cherry Hills Public Schools. We're going to use recommendations from the Hanover research that will be embedded in the work that CPEACE does. What I'm very excited about is we're going to focus on equity, not equality. We want to make sure that each student and family and school gets what they need to succeed. We're going to have staff reflect the Cherry Hill community. We believe strongly that representation is important. We're going to allow for district-wide professional development model. What do staff need and need to be able to do? We're going to think about those things. Make sure that we have a CPEACE onboarding process for all district employees, so that work does not just continue and folks just get in where they fit in. They're actually introduced to this so that they can actually play a meaningful role in this process. We're going to have an equity coaching model and ensure that culturally proficient practices are embedded in all content areas. Continuing on with this work of a standard for equity in all areas, we're going to make sure that we have the resources that we need by examining what resources we need, provide monthly opportunities for training, development, and reflection, making sure that we're giving ourselves the time to do this work. We're going to make sure that we understand, how do we know if this is working? That's a very important part. Making sure that we create a system and a structure for monitoring and assessing our own progress. I'm going to turn it back over to Mrs. Wethington.
So, and looking at the next slide, we are in May of 22. We have started working on aligning the current plan with the Hanover research recommendations. This is the presentation to the board. We will reconvene the full committee, that's the 100 or so people, in June. We want to get their input on what we've been talking about. And then in July, we'll work on developing the plan. July through September, that'll be our summer work. And sometime in the fall, we will present a new plan to the board. And then our Hanover work also goes hand in hand with the work that we're doing with CPEACE. So they are currently in the midst of doing in-depth interviews as part of the root cause analysis. That'll happen throughout the rest of the month of May and June into July. They will then work on updating the equity scorecard and the data dashboard. They'll work on the root cause analysis that we talked about at their presentation. They will give us a diversity, equity, and inclusion discussion guide that we can use in district to facilitate conversations and facilitate work. And then they'll finally give us a capstone report that kind of concludes their work with us, at least this portion of their work with us. They expect to have that in the fall. And that's our formal presentation. Do we have any questions? Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
I want to first of all just thank the committee for, I guess, allowing me to sit in as board liaison, and I hope to attend as many of those as many as you have. I will be there. One reason I want to be there is an observation. This is really for the rest of the board to hear. I've been around for a long time. I've been part of many committees on all sorts of things in my years, and I've rarely sat in on one and observed a group that is as committed and really took the time and energy to approach this as though it was a mission. And Ms. Mallory, I think, captured it perfectly by saying to her, it's a privilege to be there and to be part of that work. It's so incredibly important. And I got that from everyone in the room, that they cared, that they came with insightful ideas and with some open discussion about areas of potential challenge, and how can we as a group, how can we as a board support CPEACE in overcoming those challenges and moving forward. And it was great to see. And I hope certainly, and I've committed to the group when I was there, that we as a board can continue to support CPEACE's efforts. It's 110% good. 150% hard. But that's why we're here. So thank you for the discussion you had, the passion that you brought to it, and look forward to helping in whatever I can do, whatever the board can do, to give you the tools to move forward.
Mrs. Fleischer?
Thank you. I did want to echo Mr. Mayor's comments. Thank you all for such hard work. Having been around when I was on Zone PTA, when I was president there a long time ago, is when CP started, and just seeing how much it's grown and the depth and breadth of knowledge and interest has been amazing. And I'm so happy that Mr. Mayor is able to sit on that for us. I wanted to also thank you for figuring out how to take 100 people and figure out how can we funnel all this enthusiasm, this passion, because we don't want to lose that, right? So that's one of the biggest things that I'm very excited about for you all, to be able to have that committee and have all this passion, but being able to funnel it into a way that we can all use it and they can feel, and we can all feel that they're making a difference. I did have a question actually at the end of all that is what type of, going through it, there's so many very important goals. I remember at the beginning, there were a lot of like service learning things, like ways to engage like the students and ways of doing that. Is that something that you see coming out of this eventually, and do you see anything coming out by the end of the year, or is it all really just planning and then it's going to roll out?
I'm going to ask Mrs. Tiernan to pick that up.
I'll speak to that. So goal number 7, our initial character education goal, is where the work of service learning was embedded. Mr. Park and I are going to continue that character education work kind of parallel to the cultural proficiency work, because one can't exist without the other. So we see that service learning work coming through as part of, it may not be goal number 7, but whatever goal encapsulates the character education work.
Thank you very much.
Mrs. Elmore Stratton?
Sorry, I have to leave the Zoom so I don't have feedback. And my hand is down, Mr. Rude. Thank you, because I love it. So first, this is great work, and I know you all know I'm big fans of this. It makes sense, so I really love that. And to that point, kind of what Ms. Fleischer was saying as well, it seems like we've gone from the high level of like, we know we want to do something, and then most people that enter this work, it becomes a bunch of content and celebrations. But now I love that you guys are now lasering in. So it seems like what I'm hearing is this is now going to become more of the culture over consistent content over content over content, but it has content in there. My one question is, and maybe this is not something you can answer now, but if it's a thought at the table when you guys are meeting, like, how do we ensure that it's included beyond the levels of the people that are on the teams and just the staff? Because I love the idea of the onboarding right at this top, because that's really going to change the culture in the right way. But my question is about those that are my favorite word that I always mess up, certificated staff. Okay. Because I do see that although we may not be as diverse as we would like to be in that level, if you look at some of our other areas, such as our custodial teams and our SAC teams and stuff like that, we are pretty diverse. And I just want to make sure that when we're thinking of this stuff, that we're letting it trickle down, because coming at the top is going to be great because that culture is going to be immediately created. But I would love to make sure that we have those levels. And with that being said, if there's an opportunity for us to include other non-certificated or not even just non-teaching staff as a part of these conversations too, so that it becomes, again, just culture over just consistent content all the time. So that was my 2 thoughts. And then I had one more question. Oh, me being the HR committee, and maybe it's a question for here, I guess we'll talk about later as they present the plan of like, what can we do in our committee time to kind of support these goals, right? Because that's one of our things is the recruit, hire, retain staff of color, including teachers, administrators, support staff. So I will, give us some marching orders of what I should be saying in those meetings or bringing up in those meetings or holding people to the fire on in those meetings as part of the HR committee so that we could talk about it as a group too. So again, don't have to answer it now, but I love this work. I really like the laser in.
It's your lucky day, Mrs. Elmore Stratton. I actually have a couple answers. So I'll start with the last thing. We will be working with Miss Adrian in her office for the retention and recruitment. We kind of have been working together and we have some irons in the fire. We will continue that work. We actually did talk about non-certificated staff, educational assistants, custodians, grounds workers, staff here in our Malberg administration building. That was part of our conversation. There's some kind of standard training that Dr. Williams has done that we're going to be trying to figure out how to implement with those groups. So we actually did discuss that. You're 100% on point.
Ms. Friedel?
Thank you. I always look forward to the CP's presentations. Just a couple of questions. So number one, with the addition, you noted that you were going to be adding student advocates and community members. When do you foresee that coming to the committee?
This month.
Okay, great. And I think that's really important because I think that it's great to have administrators and district leaders on the committee, but there's another lens that comes from people who aren't in those positions. So that's great. A comment on the themes. And I think that it just to throw this out, that it's critical to be reviewing policies and practice that impact students through equity lens, but perhaps it should also be for staff also. And then I have a question about the Hanover research.
Okay.
Piece. So I have heard, so I know emails went out from like every school and I think Miss Mallory sent them out through the special ed office and so forth, but the links don't work all the time. So I'm wondering if that has been brought, because somebody just said it to me today, that the link doesn't work.
I have an easy answer for that. Hanover has a specific number of spots available. So we over advertise because we don't know how many people are actually going to respond and then participate. And if they get to their saturation number, they will turn the link off.
So do we know what that number is?
It's about 20. We're doing families and then a separate one for students.
Okay. Kevin, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say that I had spoke to someone from Hanover Research about that because the link that they sent out to a number of West students didn't work and that they were looking at making adjustments to it. So I don't know if that still stands.
I can address that also. We need parental consent for any student who's participating. So while we initially sent the link out, we then resent a different message because we cannot have students access without parental consent. That's a New Jersey rule.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so then I guess that raises another question. So with a district of almost 11,000 students, 20 seems like a really low number of interviews.
So that's a Hanover number. And remember, these are follow-up in-depth interviews because they already did the survey. So the survey is the big project that they did for us. This is a little follow-up to try and get a little bit more detail. But that is the Hanover number. They feel comfortable with that number despite the size of the district. I'm happy to follow up with them, but we had this conversation.
Okay. And then just one last comment, and I think this was one of Dr. Damon's statements about equity versus equality. And I think that's a really, really important concept, and it's a really hard concept. And I don't think that there's a whole lot of understanding by a lot of people of what the difference is between equity and equality. And I think that's a task also to really help people understand what the two are. So thank you. Really great work. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Ms. Stern next.
So first, I'm thrilled to see that the kind of building-based groups, input is coming back because that was definitely something felt like understandably why it had to happen this year, but it's just, it was like a loss, so to speak. So I'm glad it's coming back. Regarding the community members in the group, will that include parents? Will there be parents in the group?
Yes, yes. Yes, they're community members.
Right, but I'm just thinking like because a lot of times when there's committees, there's like parents and then other community members as well. Is that, are
Not
there?
in this case, the parents are the community members.
They are, okay,
Yes.
gotcha, okay. And the only other thing is that, we've talked about, the critical importance of CPs and that equity is a broad term for a lot of groups. The Hanover research, the main group actually that was in the kind of the focus towards the end, the recommended focus was Latinx population, right? So, and there was also in the Hanover data, there were really, if I recall it correctly, it was a few weeks ago, but it was students who were African-American or there were students who were Latinx and the students who were also mixed race. And I'm not a fan of that word, but that's the language. And then also students with special needs. So those were like the main groups that were recognized as having significant challenges, in the research. I'm just wondering, as I look at the vision, if anti-racist is just too narrow for this group, because there's the Hanover research really points us in a direction to look at really, I would say generally those three populations, and anti-racism doesn't necessarily connote that. I think of, discrimination, and I'm not here to, insert, I mean, you've worked on this vision, but I think as you're going forward, I think that's really important to if we're going to do equity work, we're going to do inclusion work, we're going to make sure that we are addressing the issues that are raised, the needs that are raised in Hanover. I think we have to make sure we're doing it for the groups that are identified. So is that something that, this is 5 years. It's a long time. And I think this is an evolving group, and it has evolved over the years, and it's exciting to see the strides. I also think it's something that as a board, we talk a lot about. So, and also, in general, discrimination would also capture, from my opinion, we hear about a lot of challenges that our students are facing, that their families are facing, our families, ELL families, LGBTQI plus. There's just a lot of groups that are not always, I just think there's a narrowness to this that I don't really understand, I guess is what it is. But, as we're trying to help support our community move forward, when our schools are challenged with these issues and our students are challenged with them, how do we make sure we're encapsulating the groups that are being identified?
So a couple things. The vision is actually, if you look at goal 1 of the current plan, we really kind of took that and made that the broader vision. I hear what you're saying about the groups identified by Hanover, and we're going to have that conversation with the broader group. That was part of our process. I'm going to also say we can't do 20 things well. So our plan is not to do 20 things, and maybe we'll do 2 or 3 things, because I just think it's disingenuous to put a plan out where you have all these things that you're saying you're going to do when everyone who's working on this is working on it in addition to what they do, or they're volunteering, right? It's just not practical. So, and maybe we'll accomplish something, maybe in 2 years, and then focus on something else more intensely and pull back on that 2 years down the road. I think we're going to have to be open to kind of be flexible and shifting, because we may get to a point, and let's talk about like hiring and retaining. We may get to a point where we've done great with hiring, but we need to focus on retaining, right? So I think we just need to be kind of open to evolving and being a little bit flexible in that way. But those are conversations we're going to have with the bigger group in June. That's our plan.
That's helpful. And I think, we're working on our district goals.
Yes.
So it makes sense, I think, to ensure that everything's aligned.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
And I think the goals are looking, at, expanding the groups that, have been previously focused on. So I think I'm looking forward to seeing that alignment. That's great.
Thank you.
Mrs. Elmore Stratton, did you want to jump in with something?
Just to Ms. Friedel's point of the numbers of students, and I actually was going to ask Ms. Arroyo, because this this is what she does in her life all day. But I'm assuming that they're again, narrowing it down, laser in, and to what Mrs. Weatherston just said of like, we can't do a million things. But from your expertise, we have 11,000 students, maybe only what, 1,600 of them are actually of age to actually offer survey stuff or to talk or to give us their feedback and not their parents or something. That's why I'm assuming that number got so small, and just wanted to hear if you had any thoughts on that as well.
I know, I just, from my experience, it's like you have to, large numbers, you still have to dig deeper within. So those 20, while it seems like it's not representative of the whole, it's still a huge impact of that specific population you're working with. Like, while we may see predominantly a lot of the comments and feedback was Latinx, because it's historically not being represented in certain ways, and that was uplifted in this. And so it may have been bypassed in the past, but they made sure it was clear this time around. So you have to narrow focus on those areas. Just like when things come up, like you have to start digging deep, like this came up because why? What are the root causes? And I see in the measurement of their plan that's the plan to figure that out.
That's why I asked, because that's what she does all day. So and then with that, like, as we go into the other part of what Ms. Friedel said, I absolutely agree. Equity versus equality. There's a lot of us that need to revamp it or re-educate ourselves as to how that actually works and what it looks like. So I would hope that in the CP's plan, not just if this is a culture shift, let it also extend to us on the board as well. If there's some onboarding that needs to happen with us that's specific to it. I mean, I know we all get the board onboarding of like, this is who just does this and this person does that, but I would love to sit down in here and this is what we are the culture of here. Because maybe that would help us as we're voting in the community, and then also as we're forming and helping you to reach your goals.
Dr. Root?
So first, I just wanted to ask the number 20, is that the entire extent of the root cause analysis in terms of in-depth interviews?
It is one part of the root cause analysis. One part is going to be in-depth interviews or other things that they're doing. They're also going to be doing student interviews, which Hanover typically does not do. We ask them to do that because that's a high value in Cherry Hill.
Okay. So it just seems like 20 if that was the entirety of the root cause, that just seems like we would not really get to many roots. The second thing I wanted to say is I just want to echo Miriam's thoughts, and I'm sensitive to the fact that we can't do everything all at once, but moving forward, and I think in our goals, like using the actions and goals and the accomplishments of CPs, we can look as a board to replicating that in future committees, because I do think that it's important, especially when I look like at the national conversations, like our LGBTQ kids are seeing stuff out there that is terrifying to them. They need support, they need help. Women in general seem to be under fire out there. Like we just need to find ways to make sure that we're educating our kids in a way that we're building kindness and equity into our daily lives, such that we're really treating the old adage, treat your neighbor the way you'd want to be treated. I feel like that's falling by the wayside. And I would just love to see the activity of CPs not necessarily brought into a point where you guys can't do what your mission is, but in the future, maybe we can use your experiences to build on other issues out there in the world. So, thanks.
Okay, my thanks to the committee. And by the way, congratulations. I like the idea that you're evolving, right? You saw something that wasn't working, you have a solution. Good for you. It's important work. I think the board clearly wants to be more involved. But our Mr. Mayor, our rep is clearly in with both feet. So looking forward to the next time. Thank you very much. And without further ado,
Mr. Valia, can I just offer one clarification, just in respect to the building teams? I just want to clarify, the building-based teams have not ever stopped working. So like they have been meeting every month and still working. Like in respect to the work, I just want to clarify that.
all right,
Thank
well
you.
said. Thank you so much. All right, and then as we move forward, we're going to turn next to Dr. Morton. Or
Yes,
Dr.
Mr.
Moss.
Vadia, Dr. Morton is going to give us a brief update on the Road Forward Committee. The Road Forward Committee met again recently. So he just has a brief update on what that conversation looked like and where we are right now as a school district. So Dr. Morton.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Malash. So the Road Forward Committee had its last meeting on May 13th, just about a week or so ago. And it was a great opportunity for us to do some reflection as well as talk about where we've come from, where we are, and where we're going and moving forward. The one thing I'd like to just review again is at the beginning of the year, when we started this process, we began every Road Forward update with reading of our district commitments. And those commitments were that said that the district is committed to the health and safety of students and staff members, committed to regularly scheduled school days for all students, to breakfast and lunch being available and scheduled for students, for working in partnership with the New Jersey Department of Education, Department of Health, and Camden County Department of Health to remain informed about the status of community health, and to communicating information transparently with the students, families, staff members, and community. As I reflect on the work that we've done, I believe that every decision that has been made, all the actions that we've taken have fulfilled those commitments. So definitely something I'm proud of. With that being said, we had a committee of the whole that began the process with us. There were about 33 people that were part of that, various members of our community, including parents and building-based administrators, district administrators, teachers, central office staff members, really an eclectic group of and diverse group of people that came together to begin to plan things. As we had discussions throughout the year, the committee made the suggestion that we expand the work to focus it more on a micro level, to focus on each individual level that we have represented in the district. So we created an elementary committee, a middle level committee, a high school level committee, and we created a special education committee. 40 people were comprised and infused throughout those committees as well. And phenomenal conversations ensued throughout the year. I really took a hands-off approach. I would attend certain meetings and just listen in the background. And I was always fascinated just by the passion that everyone displayed. And even though they may have been differing opinions at times, the theme of it all was safety of our students, ensuring that we're open every day, ensuring that these district commitments were upheld. So definitely great to be part of that process. Just a few more updates. So on the latest Cali report that came out, the Cali report is the color-based category report that we've been referring to throughout this year. Our region has moved to the orange category. That correlates with the high risk category for COVID transmissions. In the past, we had mandatory masking based upon a correlation with the red category, which is very high risk. Without question, there have been more cases of COVID, it seems, lately. I'm not sure where we'll be exactly on the next Cali report that comes out. The next report comes out on Thursday, but Ms. Wilson in the Public Information Office did communicate information to the community last week to review information that we've identified and that the policies that we have established as part of our continuity of learning plan. And what that says exactly is that if we do move to the red category for any time frame, that we would resume with mandatory masking indoors. When outdoors, that's not the same requirement, but there would be mandatory masking indoors. Mr. Barrow and I met this morning to just discuss what that would look like for athletics and what the impact would be on athletics. Fortunately, we're at a point in the season where indoor athletics are pretty much wrapped up. I believe East Volleyball is still in play, but it looks like they'll be on the road if they continue to win. They're in the playoffs at the present time. All other athletic events are scheduled for outdoors. So outdoors, it's, it's ventilation, there's no masking requirement outdoors. The impact on any indoor events, obviously we have proximity restrictions and things along those lines. We're not exactly sure at this point if we'll even move to red, but we are doing some contingency planning. We have a district leadership team meeting tomorrow to discuss with building administrators what the impact, if any, will be if we are in red and that occurs for a sustained amount of time. So moving forward, the committee will reconvene in the summer months to discuss plans and policies for moving forward. We do plan to meet in July and August. I love the structure. I love the conversations. I tell the people all the time, I don't necessarily want people just to agree with everything that I have to say or the administration has to say. We need to have that discourse and go back and forth in order to refine our ideas and come to the best solutions possible. When I was charged with the responsibility for this committee, that's what Dr. Malash said he wanted. He said he wanted that type of, dialogue and discourse to take place so that we could arrive at the best ideas in the interest of our children. So I think we've done that this year. I think we've done just that, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. We'll probably look at a quarterly structure for meetings next year and moving forward. We met monthly this year. The committee of the whole met monthly, and the individual level committees met monthly as well. But we'll probably move to a quarterly structure, a quarterly format, provided that things continue to move in a positive fashion. I'll just conclude by saying I'm incredibly thankful for the opportunity to work with such passionate individuals across our community. It's always a reminder to me of what I love about being in Cherry Hill. So I'll turn it over for any questions.
Any board questions? All right, thanks very much. That will turn us to correspondence is our next section. Is there any correspondence that board members would like to share at this time? Ms. Friedel.
So I just want to share that on Sunday afternoon, I was able to attend the Cherry Hill African American Civic Association Scholarship Luncheon. It was such a really wonderful time. I had the opportunity to chat with several of the recipients and their families. And, it's always great to see our students and see how impressive their futures will be. It was just a really nice event. There were a couple of donors who were there. Corinne can obviously give a whole lot more background to it, but I'm looking forward to graduation. I told those students that I met that I'll be, cheering them on, as I will all the students, but it was just well done. And what a blessing it is to have organizations like CHACA in our community to support our students.
Thank you. Mrs. Fleischer.
Thank you. I actually wanted to echo two things that Kevin said. I did attend this past Sunday, Dancing with the Cherry Hill Stars, which we happened to be, well, I guess Dr. Damon's not here, but Dr. Malash still is. They were both judges. And it was a great night. And Eleanor Stoffman, the founder of Cherry Hill Education Foundation, is retiring, and she actually danced. She was great. It was great to see. And the other person I want to actually mention is Tavitt Murray, who's a fifth grader at Thomas Paine. He danced with, I think he's 11, and danced with a 12-year-old, but they were amazing. They took the dance floor and they won best technical for the night. It was great. And a big thanks to Cherry Hill Education Foundation for always supporting us throughout the years. And this is such a fun program to have people involved. The other thing that I actually went to today is the East-West event. It was the senior day track day, and it was at East. And that was a really great thing to see both of the teams together, because they were getting together to go to the championship down at Washington Township. That was great. And I also attended virtually the Camden County, Gloucester County Board Association meeting virtually. So that was interesting. And I think that is about it. So, and then tomorrow, Mrs. Stern and Dr. Malash and I are attending an actually in-person Garden State Coalition meeting. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Tong.
Thank you, Mr. Avalia. I was at the NJSBA, I think, virtual meeting last week, I think Wednesday. There was one of the director, the Mr. Farsad is retiring from the Board of SA NJSBA. And then there is, they recommend us all the board members to attend the Atlantic City Convention Conference coming up. There's another meeting on June 3rd and June 4th and 5th at the Crown Plaza Princeton Conference Center. That is being postponed, so they just have to wait for another update on that. The other one I went, also the AAPI, the Asian American Heritage Month, is sponsored by the AAASJ and the Cherry Hill Library and other associations. I think 5 of us or 4 of us attend the board members. I think Kim was there, Dr. Malaj was there, and Ben and Marianne and myself. Thank you, Dr. Malaj, for advertising it on the emails, and I'll do the email. I think they're going to have another one next year, proposing for another one. I think that would be great. There's a lot of students was there, as well as some of the audience. They all probably are there as well. I don't remember all the names, so I apologize. I'm not going to list the name, but thank you for all the students, the parents, and everybody's coming. Thank you. It's a wonderful event.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Sort of to tag on to Ms. Tong's discussion, I was fortunate to be able to attend the AAPI webinar, which was the day before the library function. I couldn't unfortunately go to that one. The moderator was Eugene Parks, principal of Russell Knight, did a wonderful job in facilitating conversation with a number of topical leaders that are specialists, therapy specialists primarily, in helping to address some of the concerns, issues, challenges that are not absolutely unique to the AAPI community, but that are of great importance. And especially so here in Cherry Hill, as that is the second largest specific ethnic racial group in Cherry Hill, that there were some great ideas and discussions about better ways to incorporate communication, listening, engagement with families, AAPI families in particular, that there are some language barriers that some families find frustrating. And that is one of the issues. I know we as a board have discussed communication and dealing with language barriers, not just with the AAPI community, but also Latinx community and others. But it was really enlightening conversation. Eugene Park did a wonderful job, and look forward to, they're going to continue to convene these sorts of things in the future and give the community opportunities to engage and better find ways to engage and incorporate some of their issues. I also attended with a few other board members, the Star Games. I won't go on too long with that because I'm sure at least one other board member will want to talk about that. But I will say how just a spectacular time it was. It was great to be out there with these athletes, and how wonderful it was to see them out again after a couple of years without having the opportunity to participate and to compete. And this is one of those events that's just all good, right? It's not about winning, and there was no losing. It was everyone out there was a winner. Staff was spectacular. The students that came out to help spectacular. It was just it was a great event. I'll let others who were there, cast their ideas on it as well. More importantly, I think, at least for me, and this really feeds into the C-piece meeting and the presentation that we just had, was Friday I had the opportunity to attend an all-day seminar virtually, thankfully. It was the NJSBA Equity Conference, and it was several hours of hearing best practices and emerging practices in addressing equity and diversity in the school communities and educational communities, not focused exclusively on students, but also staff. And throughout the course of the day, I was impressed with the fact that we as a district through CPEACE are already not there and never will be, right? This is the kind of work that will never be completed, but that many of the best practices that were discussed throughout the various sessions are practices that Cherry Hill has already implemented and is in the process of improving upon and expanding. Just a couple of things that really sort of spoke to me specifically there were sessions on involving political and media disinformation, social media assaults on boards of education nationally, with regards to equity issues, especially boards that are interested in that. Some points of interest also I found were some of the lenses, some of the equity lenses that the best practices practitioners are looking at. That there is some belief out there that certain students, some communities deserve high quality education while others don't. Certainly that's something that through an equity lens has to be rejected entirely. Education is not for a chosen few, it is for everybody, of every race, of every ethnicity, of every belief, of every disability. And that we as boards and staff, we're defenders of every student's right to learn, regardless of who they are, regardless of from where they come, regardless of their own backgrounds. We are their defenders, and we should take that very, very, very seriously. Equality does not equal equity was one of the themes that went through constantly. And thankfully, again, that's something that this district understands, but can always do a better job, as every district can, of better educating the community about the differences. They are not the same thing. Many people think they are, and they just are not. And then we need to teach the students that we have now, which means being open to recognizing that the way that students learn, the way that students get information can be very, very different based upon their own situations, based upon their own cultures. And that we should look to the future, to look at the demographics, use the Hanover research data to help us understand how can we improve upon teaching students we have now and the students that we may have in the future. We must make inequities visible. We're doing that through Hanover and the equity lens, policies, practices. These are the things that we are already doing, recognize the importance of doing. These are the best practices. These are the people who are talking to other, there were about 100 districts represented. Some of these concepts were somewhat new. They're just beginning to work on that. At the end of the day, it became apparent to me that because of where we are now, where we are going to go, not just through CPs, we could be a district that can present next year to this conference as best practices, because we are already so far along the line. Some of the things that we are already doing are things that we can use, I believe, to help educate other districts to move forward as a model. Doesn't mean that we're already there. We haven't hit gold standard, and we should probably look at this as a standard we're not going to reach. Nobody will, but we have to know it's out there and keep moving forward. In the end of the day, it was a great conference. Thrilled to be able to participate in it. And that we understand, we have to understand that equity, diversity benefits everybody, not just the students. It benefits all of us. It benefits all the families. And again, it was a great feeling to know that we are at least a good part of the way there with what we're doing, and look forward to moving forward in that direction. It was a really great conference.
Thank you. Ms. Stern?
So I'm going to try to get through the list because it's 9 o'clock. I know we have students who probably want to make public comments. So, so May 12th, I got to go to the Carusi Variety Show, which was a kind of like a talent show. And it was the fundraiser benefiting the children of Ukraine. So in common fashion, I got there at start time rather than much earlier, which I probably should have, because there was not a seat available for me and there were no more programs left. So that just tells you how popular and of an event this was in the community. There was so much excitement in that room. I can't even tell you. There were so many kids and families. It was an amazing event. And then, of course, starts the talent show, the variety show, which is full of lots and lots of student talent. It was really impressive. There was singing and there were illustrations on Flipgrids and there was music and all kinds of interesting light using glow in the dark rings. I unfortunately I didn't stay for the entire show but there was a lot of talent. It was awesome. And then I attended the Star Games with Mr. Mayor, as he referenced, which was a great event. Obviously, there were a lot of students there from all of the schools, and it was, I've been to other, competitive athletic events, and it was really nice to see, in competitive athletic events, you often see the students cheering on their fellow teammates. At this Star Games, the students were cheering on everybody who was competing, which was just really cool. And it was a neat opportunity to see these kids really shine. And I know poor Mrs. Mallory, I razzed her a little bit for me not getting a t-shirt this year, but it was an impressive event that I know you kind of led the charge on that. And it was a really great event with a lot of work and iffy weather. So, it was a great day. And then along with a bunch of folks who are in this room, and I know Dr. Damon was here, but I'm not sure, she may be online. She was there as well at the AAPI festival, which was really neat, and got to see hear some interesting speakers and see some neat performances. And that was up through the township. And then that was on the 15th, and on the 17th, Mrs. Tong and Mr. Avadia, and then kind of at the tail end by happenstance, Miss Friedel, we got a chance to be along with Dr. Malash. And who am I leaving out in the room? I'm not sure if I'm leaving anybody, but again, I'm sorry. Through the township, we installed a communication board, had an installation at the Captain Gregory D'Alessio Park, which is right next door to Carusi. And it's a board that can be used for students who don't easily communicate always through speaking, to be able to communicate with other, for kids and I guess adults too, on the playground. So that's really neat. And then with Dr. Morton's at the head on 5/18, we had the Road Forward Committee, which I got to attend, and the last activity, and I did get a brochure this time, a program this time, with Mrs. Tong and also Dr. Malash. I got to go to Cooper School's 50th anniversary celebration. Mrs. Tiernan was here earlier, the principal there, and it was a really neat celebration, and it was great. There was just lots of look backs. I learned about the Native American artifacts that were found when the ground was dug up originally, when the school was built 51 years ago. COVID delayed the celebration. And just some really neat, lots of old principals made video appearances, and it was really neat. The kids were so excited. And then one of the families in our community, the Bloom family, who unfortunately lost their son, who was a student here, they were very involved in Cooper and the PTA, and all their 3 kids went through that school. And so Cooper planted trees and also is installing one of the little libraries, and the artwork that was done through the school to decorate the library was inspired by Robbie Bloom, who passed away. So it was very meaningful. It was a great event. I was really grateful to be there. So I think I hit it all.
Thank you. I'll just add that I think, was it Ariana who talked about the one act plays at East? I was there on May 14th. Really well done. 4 comedies, 1 drama. Boy, the drama really took your breath away. Very intense, but extremely well done, well acted, well produced, well attended. On the 16th, I was back at the same place with a Rosa chorale concert. A lot of really talented groups, great evening, about 2 hours just solid of excellent, mostly singing, a little bit of Orfs, a little bit of, I think Zesty Pickles is the band. So just a lot of fun. I've never been to this, but Dr. Malash invited me and the board with Beck did a show of art in Dr. Malash's office, really beautiful stuff, about 20 plus pieces. And each student, there was a virtual option, but many came in person with loved ones and kind of shared about like their vision and what the art was. Really impressive work. So that was nicely adorning the office there on the 19th. And then last night I got to pinch it a little bit. At East, there was a National Honor Society induction, sort of congratulation and cord distribution for the graduates for both science and social studies. Packed CAF, a lot of well-wishers in the audience, very excited. Students also extremely excited. Really, really nice event that I got to go to last night as well. I will say for those on the board, we have gotten invited to 2 things of late that we're still missing people. So if anyone's available Thursday night, it is the final Fair Funding Committee. If anyone's available Friday morning, Kilmer has raised a wonderful amount of money this year for Alex's lemonade stand. And
That's actually through the years.
oh, through the years. Okay. Very, very impressive. And so anyone who wants lemonade, go to Kilmer on Friday. It starts at 9:30. I'll try to swing by, get a little lemonade fix, as it were. Okay. That moves us, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, to our first public comment. There will be 2 opportunities for public comment this evening. The first public comment session is for board action items only, items 10 to 20. There will be another public comment section for any topic at the end of the meeting. If you are a student in the district, you may comment on any agenda item during the first public comment period. Please identify yourself as a student. If you would like to speak now, please identify the agenda item and clearly state your name and municipality. We will alternate between speakers here in the room and those that are online. Each speaker will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. The timer on the screen will indicate the amount of time you have remaining. Cherry Hill is a community that values education, and educational topics often bring out a passionate response. The Cherry Hill Board of Education supports a school climate in which our diversity is a source of strength and all are included. Respect is foundational in how we treat you, how we treat each other, and how we support our administration and staff in their essential work. Please join us in practicing the utmost respect for all. And our convention is to start in the room and to start with students. And so if that's you, then the floor is yours. Just remember to start with name and municipality.
Yeah, sure. Hello, my name is Gina Liu. I'm a junior at Cherry Hill East. I'm also vice president. For municipality, I would just say I live really close to Jake's Place Park. But I just like to sum up and let you guys know that on Friday, April 29th, more than 1,800 students from East participated in a walkout to voice their concerns about the district's decision to relocate the teachers. Many of the students believe that this decision will have great impacts on the student body and the East community. The students first gathered on turf field for speeches. Then we headed over to both the berries on both sides of the schools and then returning into the school. Student leaders were situated throughout the crowd to make sure that students did not cause any issues. Throughout the entire walkout, students remained respectful and focused at the situation on hand. Students carried signs that voiced what we were all collectively thinking: bring our teachers back. Many of these students knew at least one of the students. I know sometimes it's like, oh, it's just a walkout and kids are just going up to skip class. But truly, I believe that many students knew at least one of the teachers being relocated. They wanted to make sure that future East students will have a quality education that they have received. These teachers have been and continue to be a core part of our school. If anyone, honestly, if anyone know anything that's off about the school culture, anything that's changed over time, it would be teachers. They're the one that head the clubs. They're the one that educate my peers. They make East and they are our lifeblood. I'm sure that as a second public comment section comes a bit later, you will get to hear them from themselves. And as a student at East, I urge you, please hear what these educators, quality educators, They are all wholly invested in the education and development of my peers. Please hear what they have to say. The sudden loss of what was originally 9 but now 8 teachers will be greatly felt by the student body in the coming school year, especially now that we are still grappling and recovering from the pandemic. And while we understand that the transfers are normal, we wholly understand that many of these decisions that the district makes come from a lot of negotiations, a lot of process. We understand that there are reasons behind them. However, we hope and we ask that district reconsider these decisions. We believe that what, from our perspective, seems to be an inappropriate handling of this decision and the underestimation of how this will impact students will ultimately hurt East more than it can help. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the line. It appears to be more than one student, but remember, if you participate together, you share the 3 minutes. And this student's name is Aziza Ben Abdallah. And unfortunately, on my screen, I can't see. But yeah, the floor is yours. Just remember to start with name and municipality.
Hi, so we actually are talking about the calendar, which I know isn't like specifically on this agenda, but we were told that this would be an okay time to speak. So we'll just jump in. But I'm Aziza. I'm a senior at Cherry Hill West.
My name is Rokia Sultani, and I'm also a senior at West.
And today we just wanted to talk about making Eid a district-wide day off. We actually met with Dr. Malash and Mrs. Weatherington last week and had a very positive meeting about why it's important to us.
Yeah, so growing up like in Cherry Hill, it's always been a difficult decision to choose between school, having to come to school, or celebrating the holiday with our families during Eid. And we just think that it's time for Cherry Hill to make the following steps forward into making it a district day off.
Right, and Eid is currently, students are excused from school, but they still have schoolwork to make up. This year I did take an AP test on that, and I didn't know that that there was the chance to be excused from that until after the fact. And like we said, it's an issue faced by students from kindergarten through 12th. We've been on this meeting throughout the night, and we heard about how important diversity and representation was to Cherry Hill. So we would love to see this implemented. Eid is based off of the lunar calendar, and it will actually fall on weekends in certain years. So logistically, the disruption to the school year is minimal. And it can be predicted off of the Gregorian calendar by shifting back about 11 days. So this allows the school calendar to be created in advance. We sort of just ask you to think about your favorite holiday and how you celebrate it. Imagine having to choose between going to school or celebrating. Making an Eid a day off allows students not to have to make this choice, and it allows us to enjoy our holiday. It opens the door for knowledge and respect amongst other students and faculty towards Muslims. It creates that sense of appreciation within the Muslim community for the inclusivity of Cherry Hill. We just hope that we'll be able to see Cherry Hill follow in the footsteps of school districts across the country that have this already implemented, such as Philadelphia and North Jersey. And just allow the Muslim population to feel represented and to feel appreciated by making Eid a district-wide day off. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to stick with students, and we're going to stick in the room, and therefore the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Noah Yang. I'm a all-school vice president at Cherry Hill East. And so I'm here to deliver the official statement from April 27th, 2022. And we acknowledge that the situation has slightly changed since the release of our statement, but the message remains the same. So dear Cherry Hill High School East community, it has come to our attention, that non-Cherry Hill East teachers and staff are scheduled to be relocated to other schools in the district in September of the 22 to 23 school year. As far as we know, this is the biggest single movement of teachers ever in East history. For this significant change, we foresee and have already seen many negative consequences, many of which have become evident through the voiced concerns of East students. This sudden large-scale relocation will lead to many discontinuities at our school, disrupting our learning environment with the transfer of 9 East teachers, and also bringing many club and athletic activities to a halt. Furthermore, this would impact our overall school environment, community, and spirit, especially during this time when our school spirit and the East community are still in the midst of rebuilding after the pandemic. This abrupt mass disruption will only set back the progress we have made, challenging our sense of a unified environment once again. The justification behind a relocation of these 9 members of the Cherry Hill East community has not yet been transparent to the student body and teachers. We find that this decision has been made with little to no regard for East students, teachers, and other members of our school and district. The leaders of the Cherry Hill East student body firmly stand with many of our teachers against this unjustified mass relocation of Cherry Hill East teachers and staff. We see it as our responsibility to stand up for the voices of our students and teachers as a collective learning community. We understand that the decision is lawful and within teachers' contracts. However, we cannot understand how this sudden large-scale movement would be beneficial to East students and teachers, especially in this post-pandemic period. On behalf of the 2,000 plus members of Cherry Hill High School East student body, we, the Cherry Hill East student leaders, ask the Cherry Hill Public School District Administration to reconsider this decision and respect our community. Sincerely, Cherry Hill East student body leaders. Thank you.
I'm not a big gambler, but I'm going to take a gamble that Zume and Lai Fang, are you students in our district? If so, then the floor is yours. If not, different story.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong key.
Okay. Zume, are you a student in the Cherry Hill district? Shume? Shume? Okay, you're on mute, but
Oh, yeah, I'm a mom of a student at the Cherry Hill.
are you commenting on a board agenda item?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I've just clicked the wrong button. Sorry.
Okay, all right, not a problem, my fault. This is why you do not gamble. Okay, next student in the room. Student in the room, you are up, sir.
Dear Board of Education, Dr. Malash, and the rest of district administration, hello
I just want you
again.
to start with that. So I'm sorry, name and municipality. Or,
My
well,
name is
municipality we know.
Chris Shin, a junior at Cherry Hill East, and I am the current all-school student government president. On behalf of the East student body tonight, I'm delivering an open questionnaire to the Board of Education and district administration, which I'll now read. Dear Dr. Malash and CHPS district administration, as the representative student leaders of Cherry Hill High School East, we are advocating to raise student concerns about the recent district's decision to forcibly transfer 9, now 8, East staff members to other schools within the district. Although we acknowledge that the district administration has the right to relocate teachers, staff, and other resources within the district, East students are concerned that some of the important processes that the district took in this transfer decision were neither respectful nor reasonable actions. On April 29th, more than 1,800 students at High School East, around 86% of the student body, walked out of their classrooms and voiced their concerns against the district's decision and asked for reconsideration. However, until today, even after 3 weeks from the walkout, the district has not yet publicly responded to our voices, and we urge the district to do so with respect for the student voice. On behalf of the entire student body of Cherry Hill High School East, we present this public open questionnaire to Dr. Malash and the district administration, to which we request answers and explanations through an open address. Firstly, although the district has mentioned that forced transfers are routine every year, we ask the district to provide a proper justification behind this magnitude of forced transfers despite the anticipated negative impacts. Second, we must ask if the district took efforts to consult and discuss with individual teachers and staff about their transfers to help establish respect and consensus throughout the learning community. And finally, we must ask what steps the district and the board are currently taking or planning to take in reconsideration of the prior decision to resolve this issue. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your open communication. Now, if you don't mind, if I could pass these papers out to you individually, that would be very much appreciated.
We'll allow it. All right. Okay, so everybody, you've witnessed me gamble and do incorrectly. So now if you're online, I need you to indicate you're a student if you would like that consideration. So we're going to stay in the room. If we have another student of our district who would like to? Yep. Okay. Floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Grant Yoon. I'm a junior at Cherry Hill High School East, and I've been a student body vice president this past year. Since the East student leaders have been aware of the proposed transfer of our teachers, we have been and still are extremely concerned about the impact of this decision. In my conversations with East alumni about this decision, they share our confusion. They consistently have asked me why some of the most involved and spirited teachers at East are being moved. And consistently, I explain that we still have no clear reasoning for why the teachers that made their high school experience so memorable are being moved. Graduated students also lament that current and future East students are losing the opportunity to have teachers that are so good at making their students excited about what they teach and making their students happy to be at East. Though there have been some modifications to the proposed transfers since the last BoE meeting, the walkout and the students here tonight demonstrate how important these teachers are to us and to our community. Especially after a year and a half of online school, the recovering East community will be heavily affected by losing club advisors, passionate teachers, and people that students and staff alike have formed real connections to. It's imperative to consider all of these connections put at jeopardy and everything else that my peers bring up tonight. Thank you.
Okay, no one online has indicated they're a student and therefore will stay in the room with students of the Cherry Hill Public School District. Okay, well, let's do the students first. Yes, floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Robert Kelsey at East for their discussion of the concerns of the East community, but I would like to discuss special concern of the West community. I have studied Latin for 4 years, and the Latin program and Mr. Monday have been one of the highlights of my West experience. I've heard that next year, the district intends to offer a single multi-level Latin class at West. Only one where there were previously 3, and transfer Mr. Monday to High School East, leaving High School West without a designated Latin faculty member. I'm finding it very hard to imagine how one teacher can legitimately teach 8 levels of Latin in a single class. This is detrimental to the learning of all students, because can one teacher fit the basic grammar and concepts of Latin 1 and 2, the advanced concepts of the combined Latin 3 and 4 class into a single class period? There's just not enough time to teach and review multiple assignments, and I feel that upper level students especially might be impacted. In addition, with many levels to teach, Mr. Monday would need to split his attention between multiple levels and give each one less class time than they would have otherwise received, which would further degrade learning. By necessity, he would end up ignoring some students temporarily in order to focus on others. This would also inevitably create a situation where upper level students would be expected to help lower level students. And while tutoring and helping lower level students isn't a bad thing, it shouldn't be the thing that is holding the class together. In addition, Latin at both East and West is greatly enriched by the junior classical league chapters, aka the Latin clubs at each school. And without a dedicated Latin teacher, it will be difficult for the program to continue at West. This award-winning program has brought home many championship titles, such as the second in the state Kotaman in upper level. I wonder why the district is making these changes. The stated reason I have heard for the changes in the Latin program at West is declining enrollment. But size alone isn't the only consideration of a class's viability, and I need to conclude. I feel that these changes would so degrade the teaching of Latin at West that it would effectively prevent the program from continuing because it would no longer be effective. If the intention is to no longer offer Latin at West, just say so. Initiate a sunset process. Like, I'll be heartbroken, but I would prefer that if that course needed to be taken, that you clearly communicated what you were doing and the reasons for doing so. Sorry, my remarks ran long.
Thank you.
Oh, this is what I planned on saying. That please be entered into the record.
So moved. We're going to try to we're going to write into the chat how to indicate you're a student. Now, Harry Turner is, but generally, if you can add an S somewhere ahead of your name, that will, like Harry has done. So Harry, you are next. Please start with your name and municipality.
Hi, my name is Harry Turner. I'm a junior at Cherry Hill East. So far my peers and other student leaders have done a great job. But I just want to add / reiterate one thing that I hope has already gotten across pretty clearly. First of all, I think it's generally considered by the community that this decision did not seem rational. Not just in the way that it was handled, but in the actual transfers that are occurring. There doesn't seem to be a lot of sense behind these decisions. But more importantly, from the student perspective, the manner in which this was handled did not reflect the core values that are preached constantly by administration to students. And I think we need to hold everybody accountable the way they hold us accountable. Thank you.
We're gonna go to the room if we have a student of the Cherry Hill Public School. Okay. Floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Pranav Pillai, and I am a student at Cherry Hill East. Hearing the thoughts of my fellow peers at East and even West, I feel the proposed transfer of our students would not only be detrimental to our learning, but also to the East community as a whole. The purpose of a school is to enrich student learning, but transferring these teachers that have years of experience would endanger this goal. I understand that this proposal seeks to swap qualified teachers. However, these teachers have worked with the other faculty for years to refine their curriculums and give their students the best chance of success. But by transferring these teachers, the dynamic between them starts to degrade. And these new incoming teachers would have to adjust to our curriculum, and it could take months, even years, for them to build communications with their fellow teachers. Furthermore, it would hurt students' experiences after school. As the vice president of History Club, I can attest that Mr. Rosenberg has helped us expand our love of history to other students here at East. But by transferring him, we lose a trusted advisor who is very passionate about his students. And the future of our club is also in jeopardy, as we're not sure about how we can get another advisor for our club. So I urge you to reconsider this proposed transfer of our teachers. And in conclusion, this proposal should not go through, as our teachers contribute to our learning, expand our passion in various subjects, and they create a flourishing environment here at East. Thank you.
I'm going to return to the line for Vivian Wrong, student.
Hi, my name is Vivian Wrong. I am a junior at Cherry Hill High School East, and I am next year's Board of Ed alternate student representative. First, I'd like to start off by saying that what I'm about to say next is really on behalf of all East students. I'd also like to mention the walkout we had a couple weeks back where we had almost 2,000 students participate in. And I'd also like to acknowledge that it does seem that the board and administration and those in charge of this decision are listening to our voices, and we do appreciate that. However, we do feel that more can be done. That said, we do feel that this decision is continuously and remains to be extremely damaging to our school environment. And not only does it negatively impact students, it also negatively impacts future students, as well as our teachers, as when teachers leave, the courses get switched around, and sometimes these courses get switched and the teachers have to kind of also endure that change in a negative manner. And also to add on to the student from West who talked about Latin, it just shows you that this change is really across the entire district and not just East. And every student here today is speaking for our district. and not just their school alone. And also, I'd just like to pose a question. Why would students come out on a Tuesday night? Just, we've got a lot of things going on, like activities and homework. And the reason we've taken time out of our day to come to these hour-long meetings and that take quite long is because we're doing this for our district. We're doing this for future students. We're doing this for our teachers, and we're doing this to make things right. And we understand that the information is not to be shared because it is for a private matter. We have spoken to Dr. Milosh before, and he has given some very helpful insight that a lot of these issues cannot be shared. A lot of the reasons can't be shared because of legal issues. But as a high school student representative, I do ask that we would like for these reasons to be shared, specifically, perhaps due to what kind of legal reasons. We would love to know the reasoning behind that, because we do think that what we're seeking here is reconsideration, and at the very least, transparency, as what we all want is information and to understand why our futures are being affected by someone else's decisions. Thank you.
Okay, we'll return in the room for a student. The floor is yours.
Okay, hello, my name is Kira Riley. I'm a high school senior here at East. And I just want to be a little more frank with you guys about the situation that's going on with the teachers and the teacher transfership. I think a lot of the students before have been very polite and very professional in the way that they're explaining the situation, but to be completely honest, what happened and the decision to transfer these teachers, how it feels to me and how it feels to many other students and to many of the teachers is incredibly disrespectful to the amount of work that these teachers have put into East. Many of the teachers being affected we've reiterated that they've spent years here at East, but to be clear, they've spent almost a decade or more than a decade here at East. Some of the teachers being affected, for example, Dr. Achille was a foundational member of East in the sense that she founded the Human Anatomy program here at East, and she's worked very hard here. While I understand the need to be professional, it just seems incredibly disrespectful. And if your job here is to listen to the students and to listen to the teachers and to prove that you care about them and their student voices, then this is not the direction to take it. The way that this decision was left out, the way this decision was told to teachers in their morning classes right before spring break, with seemingly no forewarning, even just that alone shows an incredible amount of disrespect. The way that the teachers are being transferred shows little respect for their professionality, the roles that they serve as teachers and what they do, like how many teachers are being moved to positions that they just aren't suited for whatsoever. If you want to prove that you are, as the Board of Education, listening to the teachers and caring about the students and recognizing the students' needs as people, then what you need to do is address this issue and at the very least be more transparent about it. Because the way that it has been handled up until this point shows, to me, an incredible amount of disrespect for the teachers and for the students. And frankly, it looks like that you guys don't care. So.
Thank you. Floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Crystal Ye, and I am a sophomore at Cherry Hill High School East. I am the current vice president of the student body, and I've come here along with many of my peers to talk about the relocation of teachers. I've come here specifically to talk about my business teacher and mock trials advisor, Ms. Friedman. Ms. Freeman is a wonderful and dedicated teacher, and she has touched the hearts of many of her students. She is like as I mentioned earlier, she is our DECA advisor, and we just had an in-person DECA competition since over a little over 2 years, and over 50 students made it internationally at DECA. And she's also our mock trials teacher. And some of my peers here are from mock trials, and we're very concerned about the future of mock trials. Mock trials was actually our team was we were champions at the national competition, and we have great plans to do that once again. But with the relocation of Ms. Friedman, we're very concerned that this mock trials will cease to exist. And mock trials was the reason why I decided to go into law and government. And I fear for these future generations of students who also want to go into law. And Ms. Friedman, she has a law degree, and she is being moved to West, where this law degree isn't going to be utilized, and she isn't going to be brought to her full potential. She isn't even going to be teaching business law at West, and we don't even know who's going to fill that position at East. She's teaching sports management. She is a law teacher teaching about sports. And that has been a huge question that has arose when we learned about her relocation. And all in all, this is just an unnecessary disruption following the return of a pandemic world of learning. She has brought up school spirit immensely with DECA, mock trials, and just the business department in general. And just moving her will lead to a huge, I mean, you can see it here. Everyone is greatly upset and disturbed by the board's and the administration's handling of these relocations. And I just urge that that everyone, the administration decides to reconsider her relocation. Thank you.
Yeah, floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Grace Yoon, and I'm a resident of Cherry Hill, and I'm a sophomore at Cherry Hill High School East. I am here today, as many are, to talk about the teacher relocations, which have become a largely discussed topic within the school community at East. I assume that this relocation has been decided after long discussions regarding the benefits of moving teachers from one school to another. However, it must be said that many students still do not have justifications for why this relocation is occurring. This decision was incredibly sudden, and quite frankly, it's shocking to me that we as students found out about these relocations through our teachers during class time, through frantic text messages sent by our peers, or simply by word of mouth. Personally, I'm affected by this relocation decision, as many of my peers are. As a high schooler in a new school district during the COVID-19 pandemic, I found it extremely difficult to find my place within such a large community. To overcome this, I joined East's mock trial team. And safe to say, I found a community here, and I couldn't have done this without my club advisor, Mrs. Freeman. This club advisor has become my mentor and has helped me build up the mock trial team at East alongside my peers, some of whom are in this room today. While I know our team is incredibly strong, I still fear what will happen when we enter our next season without our advisor. And as East students, the future is extremely uncertain for us. I fear that this teacher relocation has more harm than benefits. Teachers with specific expertise in AP curriculum and other subjects are being moved to environments where they cannot exercise their full potential. Additionally, teachers that have built up curriculum and established incredibly successful clubs at our school are being moved to schools where they cannot have the same impact in these extracurriculars, as these clubs and or extracurriculars are already established in the respective schools. Does this relocation truly allow teachers' services to best benefit the educational programs in Cherry Hill School District? I do not believe it does. So I urge you, please reconsider these relocations. It is incredibly concerning to see so many teachers being moved on such short notice, and I truly fear the negative consequences this relocation could have on the school community and school spirit at East. Thank you.
Thank you. So in the algorithm that we have, it would have to be a student in the room to go next. And the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ananya Balasubramanya, and I'm a sophomore at Cherry Hill East. And thank you for hearing us all today. As a community, as a school district, Cherry Hill prides itself on excellence in education. That's who we are. All of our teachers demonstrate that mindset and adhere to that standard. And that's exactly why we're one of the best school districts in New Jersey. East, especially, has built a community, has built a family, and our teachers are at its heart. Teachers like Ms. Friedman, who saw students' passions for law and gave them an outlet through mock trial, who has advised DECA for years, and who is an important element in our community. She's been teaching here for nearly 2 decades. She has coached regional champions, state champions, international champions in DECA. I won because of her. And the same can be said for all of the other teachers up for transfer. These 8 teachers, they are all deeply rooted in our community. But frankly, we've heard a lot of emotional appeals, so let's talk about the facts. These teachers have created successful programs, successful clubs, successful classes from the ground up. Transferring them simply disadvantages our community and our students, especially when these transfers don't fully utilize the expertise of these teachers. We are creating gaping holes in classes and in curriculums. Standing before you all today, I can see that this is a brilliant Board of Education. And you all truly listen to us because I'm here today talking to you all. I know this board can create better solutions. So please, I urge the board to reconsider. Thank you.
Just so I can look a little less hopefully. If you're a student who wants to speak, if you could kind of set a line here. I know there's another student, right? So another student, please come up. But then just so we have a sense of you know who's going, because I do have people on the line, but I'm holding them back for you students because you guys go first. And I know there's homework too. You know, let's be real. So floor is yours. But anyone else, you know, you can go over. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Katrina Veltman. I am a junior at Cherry Hill High School East. Mr. Rosenberg is my teacher, and I will be honest, he is my favorite teacher because he's a very harsh grader. But well, this is all part of his professionality. And I think that this is what makes the transfer to Carusi so unprofessional is he's not meant for that. He's been AP certified for years, and he's not meant to be transferred to a middle school because he's clearly qualified to be at a higher level where he's grading students who are taking basically like the equivalent of like a college introductory course. But more importantly, I think it's his like legacy as a teacher, because I have like family friends who still look back, like they went to East years ago and they still look at East and they like think of Mr. Rosenberg when they had him, and they remember like not just his humor, but like his ability to connect with the students and just like what an impact he had. And I just really think that makes it incredibly disrespectful, as many students here previously said, to transfer him to a middle school, especially not just another high school. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Kira Mulligan, and I'm a student at Cherry Hill East. And while none of the teachers that are being transferred are any club advisors of mine, I would just like to give some perspective about how important club advisors are to the activities at East. So I've been part of clubs where the club advisor simply lets us sit in their room and does nothing else. And I've been part of clubs at East where the club advisor gives their full attention and devotion to the club and helps them fundraise and schedule events and figure out plans for performances such as Multicultural Day. And I think that the loss of a club advisor as passionate as someone like Mr. Rosenberg would be extremely detrimental to the History Club at East. And I cannot imagine the loss I would feel if my club advisor were to suddenly leave, and especially going into my senior year, I'd really like to make my last year at East super special. And I know that many of the other juniors at East feel the exact same way. And the loss of a club advisor and going into their senior year and not having any guidance, especially since many of the juniors will be going to the leadership positions for the first time, not having any guidance would be extremely detrimental to their last year at East and the success of their clubs. And losing leadership in a club can ruin the club forever sometimes. We've lost clubs at East, such as the breakdancing club, due to a lack of interest in the club, which sometimes comes from a lack of leadership from advisors. So I think the loss of competent and motivated advisors would really be detrimental to East as a community and the potential for clubs to flourish in the future.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Connor Riley. I am a senior at Cherry Hill High School East. I just want to talk about like I know all the teachers are like all 9, or I guess now it's 8 of the teachers that are being transferred, all wonderful personalities. One that is very near and dear to my heart is Mr. DeFuria. I know alumni I've talked to that have had him, and they anytime I talk about East, they're like, oh, how is Mr. DeFuria doing? Is he still like this? Or can I talk to him? Or I know students in classes, he doesn't even teach, that he just pops by every once in a while. And they know I have DeFuria, and they talk to me about him, and they ask me about him. And he's a teacher that he just lights up any room he's in. He's inspired in me, like he'll just answer any dumb question I have. I've asked him what his favorite mating dance of a bird is, and he has answered that question. He's taught me so much. He's inspired a love for me for biology to the point where I'm now going into it in college. And he's such a wonderful personality. All the teachers at East are, and it's such a shame that like we're losing that, because so many students love them. Like DeFuria, Rosenberg, Milagran, like all these teachers have students who love them, who they have inspired to move on to fields. My brother has Milagran as his soccer coach, and he's upset about this. I'm sorry, but it's just all these teachers have touched all the students of these. There's a community not just around the school, but around each teacher. They are what built the school. They are what makes so many students love East, is all these wonderful personalities, and to just get rid of them or just send them off to other schools where the students don't know them, where the students like, it just feels wrong. And I'd love if they could stay. If the next generation could have Mr. DeFuria pop into their class and tell them about his favorite, his Rusty Brown, his daughter who loves the equine, or all of his wonderful stories from his times at UMass or other things. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, students. We'll go to the line with Dr. Podowitz.
Hello? Okay, hello. This is 12.2 reaffirmation of policies, actions, rules, and regulations. And there's a conflict between one of the
Dr. Podowitz,
policies.
just start with your name and municipality, please.
Oh, Jeffrey Podowitz, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Okay. Reaffirmation of policies, action, rules, and regulations, conflict between New Jersey Administrative Code 6 1.7, equality in school classroom, inequality in school and classroom practices. It starts, each district board of education, that's you, should provide all students with equal and bias-free access to all student school facilities, courses, programs, activities, and services, regardless of race, creed, color, national origin, ancestry, act, age, marital status, affectation, or sexual orientation, gender, religion, disability, or socioeconomic status. Cherry Hill policy. All right. The board commits the school district to promote the success of Black, African, and Hispanic / Latinx students and Indigenous people, Pacific Islanders, and Southeast Asian students. All right. Now, in parentheses, and this is what I want you to delete, i.e., students who have a racial identity other than white. All right? To become more compliant with 6A7-1.7, please eliminate the phrase in parentheses, students who have a racial identity other than white. That's District Policy 2100. An example, all right? Okay, from whose perspective is a student identity of white determined? An example, as the neo-Nazis and others marched in Charlottesville, Virginia, and shouted and chanted, "Jews will not replace us," they sure don't think that Jews are white. So what's the definition of white? What's your definition of white? What's other people's definition of white? And also, to be in compliance with that particular administrative code, just eliminate with what's in that parentheses, which is, all right, i.e. students who have a racial identity other than white. That's what you decide to promote. Anyway, that's it. And please make that change, and make that change today. Don't reaffirm that policy. Just eliminate that one little piece. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. All right, I don't want to get too rusty here. As an adult coming to the mic for this part, name, municipality, and your agenda item, just so we can follow along. So I'll turn to adults in the audience next. That's our next category. Up to you. Arm wrestling is allowed potentially.
And Einhard, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I'm calling, speaking about 12.2 agenda item regarding policy 0167. At some point, though, I know you're probably going to vote on this evening, I would like you to amend it to include the fact that Cherry Hill residents should be the first one speaking at the mic during any open public discussion. I don't know what prohibits us from not using, not just Cherry Hill residents, but Cherry Hill school staff members if they should like identifiable by school. I don't know why we don't use our addresses anymore. I know that's in the current policy, but if we wanted to be accurate, we should probably have the speaker identify themselves by their home address. I would also like to suggest moving forward that given the fact that we want to hear student voice, but we make them listen to you all through all your presentations and etc. No offense to those here, that you find a different area and let the students just speak at will prior to doing anything else. Because if we're concerned about getting them home in time to do their work, then let's find a way to do it so that they can speak, express their concerns, what have you. And then you all can do your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to the line. I'm sorry. Give it to me. Is it May? Shui and Lifang, you are up. Hold on. Her line is not responsive? Okay, Dr. Mintz, you are the, okay. Souza, student, you are next. Just need to unmute. Yep, and name and
Hi.
go first. Yep.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm actually not a student. I'm a parent. So if it's not the time to speak, then that's fine.
Well, let's go with name, municipality,
Okay.
agenda item, and then we'll go.
Sorry. So my name is Yuzha Schuster, and I'm a resident of Cherry Hill. We just moved to Cherry Hill almost a year ago, and I just wanted to speak in support of the students who spoke recently regarding the teacher transfers.
This is absolutely allowable, but without an agenda item, we're not voting on something tonight. And so you would wait for a public comment too.
Okay, got it. Sorry, it's my first time attending.
No, not a problem. All right, Dr. Mintz, we will go with you. The floor is yours.
This is not the public comment. It's only on agenda items as far as.
Yep, Dr. Mintz. Yep, unless you're a student in the district, this is agenda items only, and you would start with your name, municipality, and agenda.
Okay, Dr. Plina Mintz, Cherry Hill resident. Is this regarding the agenda item just regarding the transfer, the teacher transfers?
Transfers is not on our agenda tonight, but you could speak at public comment too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Having batted 0 for 1,000, anyone in the audience as an adult who would like to start with the 3 items I've said a couple times? Yoni Yaris, floor is yours.
Yoni Yaris, Cherry Hill. Following Ms. Einhorn, also commenting first on, I think it was 10.2. Want to second everything she said to save time. I just second everything she just said in terms of the amendments to that policy 0167 to enhance it better. I also wanted to comment on 19.11 other motions and just say how incredible it's been this district this year now that we finally have a full branch of assistant superintendents, and give a chance to acknowledge Dr. Mahan, Dr. Morton, and Ms. Wethington for the incredible effort they've done since they moved into their new positions. I think it's made a dramatically positive change in our district to allow Dr. Malash to focus on being the CEO of the district and having really a great structure, and the credit goes to the board for sitting back last year and saying we need to re-examine this. And I think it's been a really positive change, and since this county requires us by state statute to approve them every year, now there's a chance to get to applaud their efforts in the district and say that it's made a big difference, and just say thank you.
Thank you. And next we return to the line for Alana. And the 3 things to start with, of course, are name, municipality, and agenda item.
Alana Yaris, Cherry Hill. Agenda item 12.2 for the policy affirmations. I wanted to speak on policy 0167. And I would like the wording to be looked at for this policy about how students can speak at public comment, the first public comment, as it's not laid out in this policy. I agree with Ms. Einhorn about possibly maybe creating a first public comment for students who can speak before you get through all of your agenda items, so that first public comment for students doesn't start at 9 o'clock at night and then goes for an hour. And then how Cherry Hill residents should be given precedence to speak at public comment, as you are the representatives for Cherry Hill and you represent us. And that although as an open public meeting, anyone can attend and speak, as you represent directly the people who live in Cherry Hill, we should be given first priority. Thank you.
Thank you. In the room? All right, thanks everyone for your participation in public comment 1. All right, just try to figure out. Okay, so that will move us to our organization agenda, consent agenda items for 10.1 to 10.6. The superintendent recommends and I make a motion to approve the organization agenda as a consent agenda. That being 10.1, approval of appointments for July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023, as listed under item 11. 10.2, approval of reaffirmation of policies, actions, rules, and regulations as listed under item 12. 10.3, approval of resolution for educational services as listed under item 13. 10.4, approval of bank accounts and bank signatories as listed under item 14. 10.5, approval of the tax receipt schedule for the 2022 to 23 school year as listed under item 15. Do I have a second? Ms. Friedel, that's for questions? Are there any board members with questions or comments? Mrs. Elmore Stratton.
In response to what the last two folks brought up, is it possible for us to make those amendments legally, or does the agenda need to stay the way it is?
Yeah, we could.
It's got to go through the P&L committee.
Okay.
If the P&L committee decides that they want to examine those policies, they can have that discussion, but not this way to do it at the table while we're sitting here.
That's what I figured. Okay, so but we can say to P&L if they could look at it for review.
We can ask. Ms. Friedel, tell us what we can do.
I will be happy to speak with Mrs. Wethington about looking at those policies.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments? Then I am going to ask Mrs. Swetansky, would you please take the vote?
Board members, online voting is now open. Online voting is now open. The motion passed unanimously.
Wonderful. All right. We'll turn next to 11. The superintendent recommends, and I make a motion to approve approval of appointments. All appointments will be for a term commencing July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2023. 11.1. Nope.
She did it.
We can? Oh, no, okay. We're good to just. Yes, okay. All right. All right, we are, yes, here we are. Curriculum instruction. Mrs. Arroyo, can you move the CNI agenda, please?
Thank you. The superintendent recommends, and I move the following: 17.1, approval of attendance conference workshops for 2021-2022 school year. 17.2, approval of attendance at conference and workshops for 2022-2023 school year. 17.3, approval of out-of-school district placement for 2021-2022 school year. And 17.4, approval of service agreement between the board and Interactive Kids to provide behavior consultation and analysis. May I have a second, please? Jen? Yes. Any questions or discussions? Great, great, thanks. And I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name. Thank you. Ms. Swetansky.
Board members, the online voting is now open.
Now,
Thank you.
Mrs. Swetansky, I'm gonna vote yes, with the exception of my name on 17.2, which is where? Okay, yep, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Mrs. Swetansky, I also have to abstain from 17.4, please.
I have one as well.
Yeah, I'll abstain from 17.2 line G.
So the motion passed unanimously, except for where it was noted.
Thank you. Ms. Stern, can you move the BNF agenda, please?
Sure. The superintendent recommends, and I move the following. Approval, 18.1, approval of minutes. 18.2, approval of minutes for the regular meeting minutes. Sorry, the special meeting was 18.1. 18.3, financial reports. 18.4, resolution for the award of contract renewals. 18.5, resolution authorizing the use of cooperative pricing agreements. 18.6, resolution approving a services agreement between the board and ESS Northeast LLC for the provision of temporary certified substitute teacher support staff replacement. 18.7, resolution for the award of transportation. 18.8, resolution for the approval of contract with Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield. 18.9, resolution for approval of contract with prescription insurance provider. And 18.10, action to consent to approve business and facilities items, 18.1 to 18.9. Do I have a second? Mr. Mayor, any questions or comments? I'm going to try it, Mrs. Arroyo. Mrs. Switansky, can you take the vote, please?
Board members, online voting is now open. Okay, the motion passed unanimously, except where noted.
Mrs. Elmore Stratton, can you move the HR agenda, please?
The superintendent recommends, and I move the following. 19.1, termination of employment certificated. 19.2, termination of employment non-certificated. Appointments certificated. 19.4, appointments non-certificated. 19.5, contract renewal certificated. 19.6, leaves of absence. 19.7, leaves of absence. 19.8, assignment / salary change certificated. 19.9, assignment, salary change, non-certificated. 19.10, other compensation certificated. 19.11, other motions. Do I have a second? Dr. Root. And any questions? Okay, that's right. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Switansky. Mrs. Switansky, can you please open the voting?
Board members, online voting is now open. The motion has passed unanimously.
Dr. Melange, we'll turn to you for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia. I just want to take a moment to point out to the board in 19.8, in that last HR section that was just approved, you approved a reassignment of Miss Allison Staffen from the assistant principal position at High School West to be a curriculum supervisor here at the administration building. Ms. Staffen has been in the district for 30 years, and has spent almost that entirety of her career teaching and serving as an administrative intern, then an assistant principal at High School West. So I just want to recognize Ms. Staffen. She's here tonight for the time that she has put in, the 3 decades at High School West, and looking forward to her making the transition to the district-wide curriculum team and the continued and positive impact she'll have on staff and on students. So Allison, if you want to say a couple words, congratulations.
Good evening. Thanks, Dr. Malash, Board of Education, Dr. Morton, Dr. Mahan, my fellow administrators, the CNI office. This was much easier 18 years ago when I was appointed assistant principal of High School West. I just had to walk around the table, shake everybody's hands. I did trip over a cord and, I'm graceful. My father told me that, but I just want to thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to continue my career in Cherry Hill and to move into this next capacity. I feel like my career has taken me into this next path. I'm excited, I'm honored, and I welcome the challenges, and I'm looking forward to working with everybody and the 6 schools that I will be working with. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm sure we'll see each other soon.
Congratulations. Next, Ms. Friedel, would you move P&L, please?
Absolutely. The superintendent recommends, and I move the following. 20.1, approval of harassment, intimidation, and bullying investigation decisions. 20.2, approval of harassment, intimidation, and bullying hearing decisions. Do I have a second? Ms. Stern? Mrs. S. Can you open the
I
voting?
have questions first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are these the HIBs discussed at the last board meeting? Okay, because I was not there, so.
Yes, and a completed HIB hearing that took place at the last board meeting.
Sorry, any other questions? Okay.
Board members, online voting is now open.
I have to abstain from 20.2. Do I have to abstain from all of it? Is it 1 and 2?
Well, one was the HIB. Did you participate in the regular HIB discussions
No, I think I stepped out.
from all of them?
Yeah.
If you
So I'm
if-
abstain
yeah,
from
you
all
can
of them.
abstain for both. Then.
Thank you.
I marked abstain as well on the voting. I was not here at the last meeting.
I wasn't here last month.
Oh,
Sally, Mike.
Sally, can you indicate in the mic how you'll be voting for this one?
20.1, yes. 20.2, no. Thank you.
The motion passed unanimously, except for what was noted.
All right, for strat planning, we have no action items for this evening. Is there any new business to discuss this evening? Is there any old business to discuss this evening? That moves us to second public comment. This is the second public comment section during which you may comment on any topic. If you would like to speak now, please clearly state your name and municipality. We will alternate between speakers here in the room and those that are online. Each speaker will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. The timer on the screen will indicate the amount of time you have remaining. Cherry Hill is a community that values education, and educational topics often bring out a passionate response. The Cherry Hill Board of Education supports a school climate in which our diversity is a source of strength and all are included. Respect is foundational in how we treat you, how we treat each other, and how we support our administration and staff in their essential work. Please join us in practicing the utmost respect for all. And we will begin in the room. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Annie Dollarton, and I'm a 2021 East graduate and also the daughter of one of the now 8 teachers at East that are being transferred. I stand up here embarrassed for the Cherry Hill community that this situation is still being talked about and nothing is being changed. Isn't it clear? After more than 3 hours of speeches last board meeting, a massive student walkout, countless emails, multiple change.org petitions, isn't it clear what the right answer is? What everybody wants. Maybe you're all unable to admit that this is wrong, but everyone that was here is here to tell you that it is indeed wrong. Again, I'm speaking up here now advocating for all of the teachers being forced transferred, but will specifically be speaking about my mom, Miss Nicolazzo. I'd like you to provide not only me, but the rest of the community with an answer of the real reasons behind the fact that you are taking someone known as the Heart of East and swapping them with a teacher who is on the road to becoming the Heart of West. West math teacher Tim Kearns is not only a West graduate, but also a newly inducted West Hall of Famer. How does any of this make sense? How is that good for both school communities to just switch two beloved teachers with no actual reasoning given to anyone, including those being transferred? Dr. Malash, you say this is for the betterment of everybody, but how? How does it benefit students, the utmost goal of any board or administration, to cause such controversy and hard feelings when it's not absolutely necessary? Cherry Hill East needs these teachers. Cherry Hill West needs those teachers. Speaking as an East graduate, I and over 2,000 others ask that the Board of Education reconsider this decision, make this right for everyone now. Thanks.
We go with Dave online. Please state your name and municipality first.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Dave Kuzmanich, Cherry Hill, Woodcrest Side. A couple things I'd like to reiterate about tonight. Darn near 4 hours waiting to speak, by the way. Just want to make sure everybody realizes that. Earlier tonight, we heard a lot about CPs and equity and the difference between equity and inequality. I would definitely like to learn more about that. But also, I'd like to read a little bit from your CP's website, as I've stated before, where it was mentioned more than 3 times tonight about recruiting, hiring, and retaining staff of color, including teachers, administrators, and support staff. So going back to your Board of Education EEOC policy 1530, the board shall ensure all persons shall have equal and bias-free access to all categories of employment and equal pay for equal work in this district without regard to the candidate's race, color, creed, religion, national origin, ancestry, age, marital status, affectional and sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, socioeconomic status or disability. Pursuant to New Jersey NJAC 6A:7-1.1, the school district's employment applications and pre-employment inquiries conform to the guidelines of the New Jersey Division of Civil Rights. How does your CP statement coincide with this hiring policy? I also like to reiterate what I said many meetings ago about removing what is in quotations other than white. Please remove that. That was also mentioned by someone else earlier this evening. Also, just want to let you know that I cannot see the clock. And since I've been waiting for 4 hours, I feel like going on a filibuster here. So let's talk about keeping the masks off of our children, because you need parental approval to put a medical device on my child. And I do not give that parental approval. A mask has been known by categorized by the FDA as a medical device. How much time do I have left since I can't see?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. I'd like to say thank you and have a good night 4 hours later. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll return in the room if we have someone who would like to speak in the room. All right, we'll go with
Rick Short, 1002 Charlton Parkway. I'm going to first start off with the bond. I thank Mr. Garrison and I thank the district for taking the bipolar cleaners out of the bond. It would have been $2.5 million in waste. Also have some advice for you on the bond. Then I have some questions. The questions are, I guess with Ms. Sugars, are we actually going to have wired security cameras in the athletic fields at East and West? I don't have to reiterate what happened October 1st to 2021. I won't mention it, but I'll have to keep doing it because there's no security cameras at those athletic fields. The other question I had for the bond is there's no mail-in ballots. It'd be great if we could have a clarification of that. Also, I talked about it before, gas prices, and I've written this to you. I predicted it back in February. I said gas prices are going to go up. I didn't think they were going to go up this high. They're $5.08 at Springdale and 70 right now. I think you guys are in a haze. If you absolutely think that a bond is going to pass, Dr. Rod, I did agree with you that our schools are falling apart, but you got to remember, Dr. Malash spent about, I believe 96 town halls. So I've done the calculation and there's no way that you're going to meet more than 32 times before the bond. I think we're on just a train wreck, another train wreck for the district. We're going to waste over $100,000 to $150,000 in costs for a vote that's going to fail. I think some others are starting to think the same thing. Plus the price is still a little too high. And if you remember what happened back in 2007 with Kingston, they did not run a bond in the middle of bad economy. Guys, it's a train wreck coming. Now to talk about equity for the last minute. Oh boy, what a mess. And when people understand what equity is, to clarify with Ms. Rydell, equity is to take smart people and lower the standard so it would rise up the other people. So that is not a good thing for an education, is it? We want everyone to have an equal education, not an equity education. And some of the results of this are, let's say we brought in Rosa, right? We had to get rid of Rosa in the name of equity. I mean, Ms. Stern mentioned it, equity and the stress of the lottery. There was no grades or there was no report that said we had to do that, but that was in the name of equity. And then we had to take some teachers from East and then downgrade them up to West or to Carusi, and then bring the other ones up that didn't have any qualifications to do AP teaching. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Short. We're going to go to the line for Dr. Mintz.
Thank you, Dr. Plina Mintz, Cherry Hill. I want to support all the students that spoke up against the transfer of the teachers, both in High School West and High School East. I also want to support what Rick Short just mentioned. There's no other apparent reason to transfer all these teachers except the equity initiative, where they want to basically, I guess, have equal distribution of whatever reasoning the equity can bring about. So that's really the only apparent cause of creating such havoc in both high schools. So I really have my heart breaking to the students and the teachers and the parent community in those high schools. And I plead with the board and Dr. Meloche to reverse your decision and reinstate those teachers and to preserve the integrity of both high schools. Secondly, I'd like to ask the board and Dr. Meloche if with regards to a letter that was sent by Dr. Angelica Allen McMillan, Acting Commissioner of Department of Education of New Jersey, on April 14, 2022, clarification regarding 2020 New Jersey Student Learning Standards Comprehensive Health and Physical Education. First question, did Dr. Meloche send that letter to every parent in Cherry Hill? Second question on that, the New Jersey Department of Education does not review, approve, or actively endorse instructional materials such as sample lesson plans, textbooks, software, or videos in any content areas. Generally speaking, the state does not mandate curriculum. Material adoption is a local LEA decision based on the local curriculum development and review process. My second question to the board and Dr. Malosh. There is no mandate from the state of New Jersey to adopt the new sexual education curriculum. I'd like you to take a vote to not adopt and follow the Garwood Board of Education and make a decision to Cherry Hill Board of Education not to adopt the updated sexual education curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In the room, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Fang Liu. I'm a parent of 2 Cherry Hill East students. Actually, this is my first time to appear here in person. So I have immigrated here for about 25 years. I have never participated event like this. So this really something, to me is the first time experience. First of all, I'm here to support the students. I'm really impressed by their courage, by their, they very eloquently spoke their opinions, and they clearly communicated their ideas, their suggestions, their worries, their concerns. So I'm here to support them. So based on the public comment that I heard from the last Board of Education meetings, it seemed that not only East teachers prefer to stay at East, Carusi and West teachers do not appreciate being forced to relocate either. So there have been overwhelming negative responses to this personal decision concerning the forced teacher relocation. So 3 petitions made by Cherry Hill students and the community members have collected thousands of signatures. In addition, hundreds of comments were received from the petitions. So I really urge Dr. Malosh and your council members and the Board of Education really work on the student survey you just got to make sure you will respond to the students, parents, and teacher voices, because we really value open dialogues, value students, community voices. The second topic I want to bring up is this newly revised sex education standards. I just recently learned that. So this new standard includes discussing gender identity by the end of 2nd grade. I'm really shocked about this, and teaching 5th graders about concepts that could include masturbation and romantic and sexual feelings, and teaching 8th graders about making healthy decisions about sex, which could include being able to define vaginal oral intercourses. These do not belong to the classroom. This should belong to the parents, belong to home. Different home have different values, so we respect each other. I think Board of Education should make a survey before adopt any of these new curriculum standards. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will return, I'm sorry. Yes, we will return to the line with Zusas S. It is your, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for welcoming me back. I appreciate it. I'm a parent of students at both Carusi and East. One student, obviously one school that stands to supposedly benefit from the equitable distribution of teacher talent, whereas one is supposedly from has the students that East has attested to, stands to lose some of the talented teachers that have supported them throughout their history at East. I think one of the students talked about transparency. That was a very important topic regarding the teachers that are clearly devoted to their academic specialty for many years. Like I said, I have students that are affected in both schools. One of them supposedly stands to benefit, the other at a loss. And I cannot see where the benefit is for my child that supposedly stands to benefit from this equitable situation. And therefore, that is where the transparency is not apparent to both the students that have stood up and spoken so passionately on both sides about respect and accountability for these decisions that have been made. They highlighted the impact, especially with regard to the transfers that make no academic, economic, or social sense. The students know the stakes, and they know the stakes are high. I hope the board recognizes what the students already know and reconsider and reassess these transfer decisions. These students have already been through so much, and I just wanted to express our support for them still as parents for both the students, the affected teachers, and the other parents who are deeply saddened by the prospective transfers. And thank you for welcoming me to speak at the board meeting. This is my first time, especially as new residents of Cherry Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to our last two commentators on your first interaction with us. We hope you'll come back often. Next, we'll go in the room to, floor is yours.
Ann Einhorn, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. So I'd like to speak about the health curriculum that's currently being taught is based on the 2000 and 2009 alignment of the 2009 New Jersey state legislative standards, which span from 2008 to 2014. The other acronym that's popularly used is New Jersey Student Learning Standards. So what's being taught right now is not based on anything that was decided by the state last year. It's also my understanding that the curriculum is currently being written. I have not read it. I have no thoughts, but I will tell you that I am very disappointed in our community in that the tone, the language, and the harsh, disrespectful, ignorant comments that are meant to incite volatility in our community, they're working. You need to get your facts straight before standing and slandering any of our professionals in our schools, and I certainly appreciate the letter that was released yesterday. I'd also like to speak about the teacher transfers. Sometimes I don't think people understand that there are educational reasons that these decisions are made. It's not just about a forced transfer. It certainly wouldn't be retaliatory because the employee has the ability to file a grievance, if not through their union, then directly to the superintendent. There are support staffs from other schools that are being moved. I don't hear about them. In the Latin situation, there are 4 sections, if I'm not mistaken, that will be opened in East. We're down to 1 at West. These children will not be unattended or taken care of. Please, please. As far as the advisory positions, these positions are open year to year. That advisor must apply for that position year after year. This is not a guaranteed written in stone. So the current advisor you may have at East that may be leaving will indeed have the ability to apply for that job next year. You may not necessarily be losing anything. And this is not going to make me popular in this community, but I've lived here for a long time. I've just lost it. But I really feel that with many of the comments that have been made, there is a level of arrogance and elitism in this community that children on the west side of Cherry Hill don't deserve the same benefits of academic excellence. And if we're all in this together, we're certainly not doing it the right way right now with community involvement. So I would hope that any teacher that's being moved would give that full benefit of their abilities and help all of our kids to succeed. It's not one size fits all ever. We're a very diverse community, and I want everyone to have excellence in education. Thank you.
Thank you. On the line, we'll turn to Jason Rondell.
Hi, thank you very much. This is my first time here as well. The letter that was sent out regarding the staff member who was visually and by name attacked online regarding the sex education policy is what brought me here tonight. The first thing I'd like to say is thank you to all you guys. This is very hard work that you're doing. The idea that you have to spend time arguing over the need for D&I education or sex education in our schools is sad. Like we should be focused on other curricula things, worrying about getting funding for the schools that need to be repaired. I've heard a lot of things on the call tonight from adults that I find unfortunate. And I don't think it's going to stop with just, oh, I don't like the sex ed book you're teaching. They'll find another thing to continue going on. So I'm not really here to make a comment to the board. I'm here to make a comment and an appeal to those people in our community who support diversity and inclusion, who support the LGBT families in our community, who support our teachers and do not want to see our teachers get identified with their photos and targeted. I mean, I read a comment that accused one of those staff members of being a child abuser, which is an outrageously irresponsible thing to say and is patently false and untrue. So to those of you who are still here, because it is late, if you feel like you want to support diversity and inclusion in the community, if you feel like you want to stand up against these forces, we're going to start organizing politically in the community to support Board of Education members who are supportive of these ideas and to defend our school system from people who are trying to bring these, frankly, regressive ideas into our proceedings. So I just wanted to put that out there. I thank you all for the work you're doing. I know it's hard. I thank you so much for staying up so late. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on your first visit. Come back. In the room. Yes, floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Bean. I live in Cherry Hill. I have 3 students who are all graduates of Cherry Hill schools. And I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I came because apparently this letter about the updating to the sex education policies kicked off some talk on Facebook that I read, and some of it was rather nasty and progressive, and that bothered me quite a bit, as evidenced by my pride shirt I am wearing. And so I came to see what would be said in the meeting, and I just wanted to say that a few of you said some very lovely and positive things earlier, and I just wanted to say I was very pleased to hear it, and I'm getting teary. And I just wanted to say that I'm here to be an ally, and I know that there are other people in the town who want to be supportive and be allies, and we are going to be here to support our students and make sure that they are supported and loved. And I'm glad that you are here to do that too. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll return to the line with Alana.
Alana Yaris, Cherry Hill. When I was a student in elementary school, a note came home allowing parents to opt out of the family life sex ed curriculum. And I was very prude and begged my parents to let me opt out. And my parents, being the smart people that they are, said no. They said that I should learn everything that school has to teach me because that is why they send me to school, to learn that there are people who are different, and how and that what the school is teaching is not detrimental to me. It is helpful to me in ways that maybe a parent can't reach their child, but a school can. And so I just want people to keep that in mind when the school creates curriculum. Second, I wanted to understand why, if a parent submits a note for mask exemption, it does not go through the school nurse, but rather to the child's study team. I have a child who has a note for a mask exemption if masks should come back to being worn in schools. And when I spoke to the nurse about it, I was informed that the nurse does not make that decision. The child's study team makes that decision, but my child has nothing to do with the child's study team. And I am just questioning that practice, as it is a medical exemption and not a IEP or 504 exemption. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. In the room, anyone? Okay.
Apparently us following each other's a thing tonight. Yoni Yaris, Cherry Hill. I am actually going to agree with Mr. Short on this one. I think we need to look at delaying the bond. Costs are skyrocketing, and I am nervous that we could lose out on things based on current cost projections. It stinks. It's been a long delay. It's been over 3 years, and it's just, I don't know what to do. And I think a delay is worthy of a consideration right now. I personally am very fearful of the proposal to cut out the auditoriums. Those are our youngest learners, and that's a large voting block. Kingston, once again, would be getting removed from a bond. They got a closet last time. 25 years later, they're looking at losing an auditorium. That's just not fair to the oldest school in the building in the district. I know this conversation is just starting right now, but that was disturbing for me to hear about those 5 elementary schools that desperately need it. They needed it 3 years ago in the last bond attempt. They needed it 20 years ago when I was a student in the district. So I think we can't keep shooting ourselves in the foot. It's challenging. No one expected gas prices to be nearing $5 or over $5 in some cases. It could be $6 by July 4th. So we're stuck in a really cruddy situation. On to a more positive note, the board reps this year were absolutely incredible. So I want to thank you as alumni district. You really made a lot of us proud. We will miss you around this table. You enhanced it immensely. It went from being just a report to you being actively engaged in conversation, and it made a difference. So best of luck in what you guys do next. Hopefully you guys come back and visit. And I think, anyone who's going to be coming to Berkeley, we're in process of ordering shirts for the celebration. So if any of the board members are interested, we'd love to have shirts for you as part of the celebration coming up on June 3rd. We're all really excited. So if you want to grab me after the meeting, we're ordering it tonight. And I think that covers it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Dr. Podowitz, you are next on the line.
Jeff Podowitz, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. All right. This kind of what I said in public comment 1. All right. From order of the day, June 6th, 1944, you are about to embark upon the great crusade towards which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. Skipping, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny, Dwight Eisenhower. It was the largest amphibious invasion in the history of warfare. There were over 10,000 Allied casualties. Colonel Millward, the chief of the intelligence division that my father was a member of, lost his youngest brother when he died of wounds sustained on June 6, 1944. A few years ago, I found a report entitled Report on Beach Intelligence Operations, Operation Overlord, Normandy, France, North Coast, June 1944. A 5-person team from the intelligence division, OCE Towser, landed towards the end of June 6th to check the accuracy of the produced charts, maps, beach profiles, and tidal predictions that were made. Like many units of the intelligence division, elements from the intelligence division was supposed to be transferred to the Pacific for that invasion. And estimated Allied casualties for the invasion of Japan was predicted to be well over 1 million allied personnel. I suppose post-war Cherry Hill was much like the community I grew up in. 95% of the students in my elementary school had parents that served in World War II or Korea. And however, the difference would be that 70% of the elementary students had at least one parent that was of the Jewish faith. From when the Nazis took Manhattan, February 20th, 2019, NPR downloaded on the internet. Beginning on the evening of February 20th, 1939, the marquee of New York Madison Square Garden was lit up with the evening's main event, a pro-American rally. In celebration of George Washington's birthday, a picture of Washington was hung between American flags and swastikas. The article mentioned in the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. And 30 years later, that philosophy is still present. There, all these groups maintained that they were patriotic Americans.
Thank you.
But
Thank you very much for calling in tonight. We're going to go in the room. And seeing none, we'll go with Pamela Barraway on the line.
Here, can you hear me now?
Again.
Can you hear me now?
We still can. Yep.
Okay, awesome. Hi, my name is Pamela Barraway. I'm a resident of Cherry Hill, and I have a child who currently goes to Cherry Hill East. Tonight, I was going to comment on the health curriculum. I would just like to say that I fully support the health teachers and agree with the other people who spoke previously supporting the health curriculum. I won't talk for as long, but I'm just going to read you something from the Guttmacher Institute. They recently, this was in February of 2022, they put out a fact sheet on sex education in the US that was based on peer-reviewed research. And I'll just read one paragraph. Sex education is vital to adolescents' healthy sexual development, and young people have the right to information that is medically accurate, inclusive, and age and culturally appropriate in order to make informed decisions about their sexual behavior, relationships, and reproductive choices. Numerous health organizations recommend comprehensive sex education that addresses a range of topics, and support for this type of instruction is reflected in national public health goals. Again, this was supported by peer-reviewed research by organizations such as the Journal of Adolescent Health, Pediatrics, Obstetrics and Gynecology. And so anyway, I just wanted to, again, voice my support for the teachers and to, just bring some information and facts into the discussion. And that's about it. And I've attended other meetings before, but I've never spoken. But I was really moved too, because this is such an important topic. That's all. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And please come back and raise your hand again. Nomad Dash, Stephanie Graff on the line is next.
Hi, Stephanie Graff, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Couple things. I wanted to first just make sure we all recognize the work that Eleanor Stoffman has done over 10 years, I think, of leading Cherry Hill Education Foundation. That foundation's contributed over $1 million. All things needed in our schools, smart boards, furniture, all sorts of stuff. She's done a tremendous job, and just want to make sure that the work that she's done was recognized as she's retiring. So that would be my first thing. Second thing, I want to echo everything that Ann Einhorn said. It was spot on. I think a lot of people don't necessarily know the history of what's going on or why things go on, and just take it at face value. Ann has years of experience after serving on the board. So she speaks a lot of truth. Third thing, just incredibly impressed with Garrison and how they present what they present, the thought that goes into things. So I do not think this bond can be delayed. I think gas prices, as fast as they have gone up, will go, somewhere. This bond is not being voted till October. I think to make a decision based on what's happened in a month and delay a bond that's 20 years past due is crazy. And prices may only go higher and everything else may go higher, but we've got to get this bond in and we've got to get it done as soon as possible. Our schools need it, our kids need it, everyone else deserves it. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Craig Becker on the line.
Hi, it's Beth Becker, Cherry Hill. First, I just want to share a quote from Kristen Fairhold, the executive director of Eyes Open Iowa, which is a sexual abuse prevention and sex education organization. We would all like our children to live in a bubble, wouldn't we? An impenetrable plastic that protects our little ones and teens from the difficulties and sometimes tragedies of being human. But we have to face real life. And with reality comes the possibility of harm and danger. Knowing we live in a world that makes no promises, we must equip our children with the best suit of armor available: education. Sexual abuse prefers silence and secrets, end quote. I'm calling to ask you not to pull back any of the health curriculum. New Jersey did a really wonderful thing implementing these guidelines, and our district put together an excellent curriculum. And I hope that the updated guidelines from the state go even further towards educating our children. Many journals and peer-reviewed studies show that children who lack sexual knowledge may be more vulnerable to sexual abuse, and that given that children are especially vulnerable to sexual abuse during preschool years, providing early education is essential. As children age, comprehensive sex education teaches consent. It teaches children that they decide who touches their body and how. It teaches healthy relationships, both physically and emotionally. It also literally saves lives. Educate US Action says that, quote, comprehensive sex ed can improve school safety and reduce child abuse, gender-based violence, and LGBTQ+ bullying. It can teach our kids to create a world in which they are safe in their own bodies and identities and respect the humanity of every one of their peers. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and almost every organization devoted to the prevention of sex abuse and treatment of survivors advocates for comprehensive sex education. If anything, I would like to ask you to add 2 elements to the curriculum. First, teaching our youngest children the process for reporting abuse. Empower them not only with the words to use, but with the process by which to report, God forbid they're ever assaulted. And secondly, for older children, especially teens, provide a syllabus in advance. I'm sure that's already done, and allow students to go to guidance if there's a triggering lesson coming. We have high school students who are already victims of sexual abuse. They should be allowed to opt out of portions of lessons that may trigger trauma for them. I don't know if this is already in place, but I would just ask that you think about that as you update the guidelines. Thank you so much for all your work in this.
Thank you. Okay, I will now ask Dr. Melange for his comments as we've closed public comment 2 and responses to items raised during the public comment sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia. I do have some brief comments for tonight, as we are at May 24th, almost May 25th, as we are together. That's right. Okay, push us over the edge, right? I'd written down that we were 4 weeks from graduation eve, and at this point we're just about 4 weeks from graduation day. From what I wanted to say earlier, very exciting times for our students. I'm incredibly grateful to our student reps, to Kevin and to Ariana and to Ziv and Sam, the alternates, for the work that those 4 students did during the course of this year. And thinking back to when they first were appointed to their roles and first attended a board meeting last June, it was virtual. They're the only board reps, I think, that have ever started and finished in such a different way. They went from being virtual to we went to meeting at Carusi, to meeting in the auditorium at High School West, to meeting into the theater at High School West, to being back over here, being in the all-purpose room. These 4 students have traveled quite a bit to serve their roles. They found their voices early on in terms of being expressive, and being very direct about the needs and the wants and the desires of their peers and those who they represent. So I'm incredibly grateful to the four of them. We hope that they will keep in touch with us and let us know how they make out after they leave Cherry Hill, but certainly continue their good work. I'm grateful to all of the students that spoke this evening. As some of the students alluded to, I've had a number of conversations with students in small groups and in large groups, about their questions and about their concerns. We've had very direct conversations. Anytime that we're talking about staff personnel, it's a difficult discussion to have. It's a difficult discussion to have with parents. It's a difficult discussion to have with students. It's a difficult discussion to have with anybody except for that staff member. Because, and I've heard from a lot of people that there needs to be transparency in the decisions that are made so that everybody can understand everything that goes into the decisions. When it comes to personnel, transparency is not possible in a public entity like ours. There are guidelines that are part of a collective bargaining agreement that we must legally follow out of respect and out of requirement, for the professionals with whom we work. Everybody has heard me say it at meetings continuously for years. The most important part of our district, the most important resource is the human resource. It's the human beings, the 1,700 employees that work for us, and the 11,000 or so children and the 6,500 families. That's the most important part of what Cherry Hill is. Without our staff members, our teachers, our counselors, our custodians, our administrators, our secretaries, without these folks, the district does not run. Without each one of them, the district does not run effectively and run well. When we make personnel decisions and when staff members are moved, it's based on looking at what the needs are of the students, and then what's the best that we can possibly do as a district to meet those needs. All of the staff members that have been identified and that are being transferred are excellent staff members. They are excellent teachers. They are excellent counselors. They are excellent child study team members. Much in the same way as we've moved building principals and assistant principals who have been excellent employees in each one of the positions that they have had. We move custodians, we move maintenance folks. It's part of what we do to meet the needs that exist within the district. And yes, that absolutely is a challenge, and that leaves gaps. Education, one of the things that we are responsible to do is to prepare children for transition. Education is about transition. There's more transition that goes on in a child's educational experience than almost any other structured experience that they have in their lives. When you think about just if children come in as kindergartners in Cherry Hill and stay through senior year in high school, during the course of those 13 years, and the number of transitions of the people with whom they will work in terms of the adults in their classrooms year in and year out, sometimes multiple staff members in a classroom in a single year for a variety of reasons. And what that looks like, we are about transition, right? So we are about preparing kids for transition, making sure that it's effective, and making sure that we are doing the best that we possibly can by each one of the kids who are there. And that looks different and feels different every single year in terms of when it goes through. So all that in a long way to say, again, I am grateful for the students who got up and spoke, the students who are online who shared their perspective. We will continue to talk, I am sure. I have tremendous respect for the students and for the way that they carry themselves and for the way that they present their ideas and their thoughts. It's always very valuable to us. The other thing with student voice, and I certainly, as everybody knows, I'm a huge proponent of student voice. It's been a primary focus in my role as superintendent during the past 7 years, and certainly as a building administrator prior to that. One of the things with student voice is also that learning and that understanding of being heard doesn't necessarily mean that things are then changed to that way. That's not always the outcome, right? Part of what we go through in this civil discourse, this dialogue that Dr. Morton referred to with the Road Forward Committee, is that opposing sides, opposing perspectives, everybody gets a chance to express that. And sometimes decisions are made that not everybody is going to agree with and not everybody is going to be on board with. But we'll continue to work forward as we do. So I am grateful. Ms. Friedel, I know we'll speak with Ms. Wethington. Some of the questions came up about specific policies. Take a look at those policies, what the wording is, and certainly we'll go through that part. I can tell you just another piece about, because something came up in one of the comments about staff transfers. all the staff transfers at the secondary level, those which are being referred to, all involved face-to-face conversations, except for one person who was on leave, involved a telephone call. Everybody is always provided with a reason as to why those transfers are taking place. There was a question about the Latin program. We staff our secondary schools based on enrollment and based on course selection. And yes, next year in the planning at High School West, there is one single section of Latin that'll be multi-level. Within that section, there are 4 sections of Latin at High School East based on the enrollment. We don't want to just extinguish a program without providing the opportunity for the students who have been in that program to finish and to finalize what it is that they're doing. Will it be challenging for a teacher to work in a classroom with multiple levels? Yes. I can tell you we've got great examples of folks across the district from the elementary level to the high school level who have mastered working with different levels. It is hard, but we can do it. And we, again, believe we owe it to the students to continue the program where we can to make sure they have the opportunity to finish. The health curriculum, there's been a lot of discussion about the health curriculum. Well, let me say there's been a lot of discussion about the new proposed health standards and what people believe is going to be taught and is being taught. I will tell you, there's been very little discussion, at least what's been shared with me, about the actual health curriculum in Cherry Hill. We did put a letter out and we do this, occasionally during the course of an academic year about a very important, a very serious topic. Mr. Avadi and I both signed off on the letter, signifying that it came from the board and from the district about that. So there's been discussions and social media. There are values to social media, and then there are absolute horrors that are involved in social media. And we do have a staff member, multiple staff members, but one specifically that has been repeatedly attacked by name. And I will tell you from what has been shared with me, not necessarily by folks in Cherry Hill, but in larger places out in South Jersey and others, which is not right. It's uncalled for. It's unfair. I always tell people, you want to attack somebody, come find me. Right? You're looking for a representative and you want to attack somebody in the school district, come find me. I'm an easy person to find, not very difficult at all in terms of where I spend my time, and certainly not difficult to find online. Don't attack our teachers, don't attack our nurses, don't attack our secretaries, our maintenance folks, or our students, right? You want to have a discussion about it, reach out to me. Again, easily accessible. I'm more than happy to have that discussion. So that's why I put the letter out. We have a health curriculum that exists. Family life, sexual education, it's a part of it, right? That's not a new standard. It's not a new standard today. The standards have existed, although they've been changed over the course of the last 50 years. These are not new things that are being taught in schools. The curriculum that's being taught currently in terms of health education is multiple years old. Again, it is not new in Cherry Hill. Anytime that we have sex education, the family life education, parents always have the opportunity to have their children pulled from the classrooms. Parents have that right. There are very few things in public education that parents have the right to pull their children out of. Family life, sex ed is one of the things that parents have the right to opt their kids out of. We explain that process. We provide the information. I would say that more than most districts, we're incredibly transparent about what the curriculum is, what the additional supports are, what the texts are. There's been a lot of discussion about one of the books that we use. It's called Who Has What? Right? There's been a lot of talk about there's pornography that's out there. It's not pornography, right? It's an illustrated book. It's developmentally appropriate. It's age appropriate. It's award-winning text that is used. When our curriculum is developed, we use the practitioners, the experts, including our teachers and our nurses who work with children of specific ages on a daily basis. They're the ones that work to develop the curriculum based on what the standards are. Our teachers would never, these most important people as the adults in our district would never put stuff together that was going to be damaging to children. Will it be surprising? Will it be things that kids haven't heard? Absolutely. And we have to prepare the kids to be ready to receive that. And if they need additional support, we have that's in line as well. A couple of people also brought up about Mrs. Stoffman and was talked about, Ms. Fleischer brought up about the Dancing with the Cherry Hill Stars. Mrs. Stoffman, Eleanor Stoffman, who many people know, has been the president of the Cherry Hill Education Foundation since 2006. The fall 2006 is actually when she started. So it's a little more than 15 years that she served in that role. She is stepping down as the president. She'll become president emeritus, which I think is an absolute normally that's something that's reserved for academia and universities and things like that. I think it's absolutely appropriate and perfect for Eleanor in terms of her role. She reinvigorated the Cherry Hill Education Foundation And they have donated more than $1 million to the school district of Cherry Hill, supporting staff members and students, supporting our community. And she has truly been a force of nature. We'll invite her to a board meeting soon to be able to recognize her. I actually had the opportunity to get up on stage the other night at the end of the show and present her with one of the granite apples that we give to all of our retirees. That honestly, up until this point, we've reserved for our retirees, for our employees of the school district. We presented that to Eleanor the other night. So congratulations, Eleanor, but we'll bring her out to see the board. And again, a former Board of Education member, like many of you, a former PTA leader in the district, a former Board of Education member, and a Board of Education president. And her service to the school district Cherry Hill goes back for nearly 40 years at this point, which is absolutely fantastic. That's it. Probably enough, right? We're not at midnight. All right, that's it.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Melange. Over to Mrs. Fleischer for clarification.
Thank you. Clarification because I misheard on the consent agenda. So Mrs. Switansky, yes. I need to abstain from 11.22 and 11.29, please. That was something that I did not hear the numbers correctly, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And all right, well, folks, lucky us, the board will now convene into executive session to discuss personnel and student matters. No action will be taken as a result of this executive session. I make a motion to go into exec session. Do I have a second? Mr. Mayor, all in favor, raise a hand. Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.